Hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. Hey Alarian, hi here. Hey Dragon. Who am I missing? Hey Puff, hey Ratty. How are y'all doing? Hydrate off the rip, lovely.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Oh wow. I still haven't turned that off yet. Oh, I'm doing it right now. I'm turning it off right now. I am turning it off right now, but I will still have to redeem it. Son of a... Boom. Off. There. Oh my gosh. No.
Oh, you stink!
No. Fine. I'll turn it back on. Like, I'm a complete pushover. It's like, oh, all right, tell us a fact. Okay, a fact. What's a good fact? You can make plasma by microwaving a grape. If you cut a grape in half and make it so that there's a little skin still attached to either side of it. By the way, don't do this. You'll destroy your microwave. There's a little skin left into it and you have it in there, and then it will become plasma. and the reason is because the microwave waves are the same size of the grapes. So I guess it wouldn't work for all grapes, right? Because there's slightly different sizes. But when it's if you have just the right size, the wave is the same size as the grape, so then it like causes a like thermal reaction and they become plasma. Again, don't do this. don't do this. But you do not. Oh gosh. Maybe I should limit my fun facts to things that are like not things that you could immediately try. Oh my gosh. Alright. But how are y'all doing? How are you doing on this fine day? I have been good. I have eaten some food. I have drank some juice. Oh, okay. What's the sound alert? What's the sound alert, Ratty? What would you recommend? What are we thinking? What are you vibing? Fun fact, speeding doesn't kill you. It's a sudden stop that kills you. It depends how fast you're going. I think what was the theoretical roller coaster that kills you? That is a speeding that kills you. Minecraft hurt noise. Okay. Let's add that. In fact, you know what? Let's add it right now. Let's add it right now. The software dev today, baby. That also involves like adding stream stuff. So let's do it. Let's do it in real time. Let's go. Yeah, the sound effect. Let's see. Not that one. Here he is. Boop. Let's see. Minecraft hurt noise. Actually, you know what? We don't need to make this custom. It's probably already on there. Sound alert. Alright, let me do the sign in. Yeah, that is G-forces. But what do you think death by speeding is? What do you think that would entail? That's G-forces, baby. That is the accelerate. If you're talking about the deceleration process killing you, then we need to talk also about the accelerating process also killing you. The process of speeding can kill you. Now, in a car, speeding can kill you. It's G-forces. The process of speeding, that's like me saying, hey, crashing doesn't, technically stopping doesn't kill you, the car does. Because you hit the car at like 70 miles an hour. You stopping, technically, you stopping, you kept going. Things around you stopped. You kept going. Speed is not the same as acceleration. Right. But my point is, you're arguing that the deceleration is what it is. And speeding, okay, I guess which part? Which part of the speeding are you talking about? Are you talking about a constant high speed doesn't kill you? That's what you're saying. Because in my mind, when I think of speeding, I think of those really effed up like videos where somebody's just accelerating to like 120 miles per hour on their car and then they lose control of their car. Right. I'm arguing that speeding can kill you. You didn't say going at a high speed can't kill you. You said speeding can kill you. That gives no indication that you're staying at a constant speed. If I am accelerating beyond the speed limit and I'm going way beyond the speed limit to the level that I am creating G-forces, sucking the blood to the back of my brain, killing me, that is technically death by speeding. That is my argument. That is my argument. Is it an extreme example? Yes. Right. But we're both describing speeding. So right now it's a disagreement in definition. You are also speeding. I didn't say that you could also not die from speeding, but you are arguing that I'm not correct, even though I'm saying that you are also correct. Both are speeding. Right. Right. In that case, you don't die from going 120. But in my case, I'm arguing you can die from speeding. That is my argument. And you're saying no. I'm also saying that most speeding situations, you are correct. But you're saying it's impossible to die by speeding, and that's my argument. Ratty, accurate. Anyway. Love argumentative discussions right away. Right off the rip. Oh gosh, I love it. It's so much fun playing devil's advocate, dude. It's also a good brain exercise. It's also good. Okay, let's see here. Library, we're gonna do Minecraft Hurt. And then we gotta ooh. There we go. We're gonna add to favorites. And I'm gonna add the alert. Channel points for 500. I think it's 500. Yeah, 500. Add alert. Perfect. Let's check our alerts right now. Make sure that we have room for it all. And well, all of them are 500. All of the 500. Well, stick around more often, and you'll be able to afford it. Don't you worry. And technically, the stream thing that we're working on would help alleviate that. People being poor. Yeah, well, unfortunately, Ilarian, I have to balance everything out. There are people here with tens of thousands of points, so I'm like, all right, what's a reasonable thing that would make it so that it is available to at least somewhat new people, and then also not spammable by people with just hoarding the points. To be fair, that's also me. I'm the one who created the system, so I should. That's on me. That's on me. My throat was really hurting yesterday. No, hi here. Make the sound alerts 1 point for 1 minute, I dare you. Well, first things first, let's test it. Test. Ooh. All right. Hold on. That's a little loud. That is a little loud. So where was it? So we're gonna do kind of like, we'll just do it like 50%. Let's do it again. Ooh. How's that? Is that decent? One more time. A little less. Like 40. One more. Okay, better. I want it loud enough where, you know, we can... It comes up and it's very obvious. But at the same time, I don't want it to be so loud people's ears are bleeding. I want 40k to time out someone for 10 minutes at 10k channel points. Really? That would be kind of funny. It's like people fighting. The most infighting that I've seen with y'all are costume wars, where one of you wants one costume, one of you wants another costume, and then they're just constantly changing between the two until someone runs out of points. It's pretty funny. Oh, gotcha. The 40k went to time out someone for 10 minutes. Got you. Who'd you time out and why? Did you time out the streamer? And can you choose who you time out, or is it just random? I imagine that you chose, so you had to have a reason. I imagine. Obviously not streamer mod. You say obviously, however, obviously, I think you could make the argument. You could. Time out the mod would be really funny though. Just saying. You know what? Guards! I will have your job, sir! He's like, don't you know who I am? Don't you know how many points I have? They said Labubu's were cute. Listen, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Labubu's. I think it, but you know what? It's one of those things. Like, it's people's arguments for it is like it's so ugly it goes back around to cute kind of deal, and that I can kind of understand to a particular degree. If there wasn't just so much like grossness with the way that people like it's the addictiveness to it, if it wasn't for that, if it wasn't for it was like the meta of the Labubu, where people are like getting addicted to them and like it's like it's ruining lives, like that kind of deal, that I wouldn't have much more of a strong hatred to them. Not strong hatred, it's a strong word. You like their old ugly goblin swag, and I think, see, Ratty, I think that's it. I think people like that. It's also just like very different. So I think I would have a lot more positives to say about it if it wasn't for the overarching kind of grossness that they're being handled, the marketing slash like the capitalisticness of it all. That aspect is the part that I really, really vehemently against. Otherwise, they're just kind of weird little goblin things that are just not as my aesthetic, you know? Someone was dressed up as one for Halloween. Nice. Oh yeah, Dalis, do I take my rear wheel drive car out for a drive when it's snow next night? Yeah, don't. How have you not just you know what, I already know the answer to that. You don't have money. I was gonna say, why don't you have a more wheel car? do not drive. Just drive very carefully. If possible, don't drive. But if you have to drive very carefully, very slowly. And I guess you love your car. Yeah, but if it's going to kill you because you live in a place where two-wheel don't do nothing for you, It's time. Yeah, but like, what was the over under on how well it went? You know? Oh gosh, and I drove it through 2 feet of snow. Well, then what's the okay? So is it good in winter condition or is it not? Yeah, well, that's a lot. Alarian, that's a lot. That's 2 more than should have happened. I'm glad you got it unstuck. And I have a 2-wheel drive now, and I used to have a 4. As like my first car. My first car wasn't a 4. It was just a van, so it was just heavier. Y'all get snow? Oh yeah. Well, Alarian definitely gets snow. I get snow occasionally. There was talk about snow today. I honestly haven't looked outside, but I don't think we got any. It's unstable like my mental, but it drives. Got you. Car reflects the driver. Gotcha. I don't know what that says about me. Car reflects the driver? It's also 430 HP. What? Oh. Yeah, I triggered you. But the traction control, the stability is really good. Yeah. Wait. Oh yeah, there it is. There it goes. Okay. I was wondering. I was waiting for it. I was like, wait a minute. Did it only work for Alarian? Yeah, I don't know how the clip one now works, by the way. I don't know how it didn't work for the longest time. And then suddenly Alarian does it once and it's perfectly fine. And I have done nothing to it. Nothing. I didn't adjust it. I didn't manipulate it in any way. It apparently you just fixed it by just existing. I think what was broken was like the automatic one. No. I think it was the oh wait, maybe the clip was broken, but I think the one currently is my shout out. I think my shout out is broken, which honestly we should probably fix. Now that I think about it, we should fix the shout out. I do have that effect. So let's see here. Let's also knock that one out as well. By the way, the currently, as in case it's not super obvious, the changing the costume redeems are out while we're spring cleaning, figuring things out that way. So by the way, if you haven't voted, I recommend voting for the costume stuff. And if you haven't done the costume tier list on your own and you want to, feel free do that soon as well, because I'm using that for seeing which ones we keep, which ones we don't. All right, let us see. We're gonna have, yeah, we'll just have this one here and then this one here. I still hate Java. Really? Why? Boop. Me after yelling LOL at that one white lizard as I swing past. What are you talking about? Or referencing, for that matter. But yeah, what did Java do to you? Okay, this, and then we actually want, so we have an auto shout out, and then we also have the shout out for, that's like the exclamation mark, right? Really? Okay. See, I haven't tried Java. It's always been, I have a little bit in C#, C++. The most I have at this point is GScript, and then And then we're starting to learn HTML and CSS. Clip didn't load, by the way. What? It loaded fine. It's right here. What do you mean? Or at least it should have. And it should also be in Discord. Weird. Check Discord? It should auto-populate a Discord. Okay, so we have a Twitch rate greater than 2. Add info. Shout out. Mama Dodo. Also check out and follow username they've been listening game at their. Sounds like fun. Okay, that looks like that would do it. We'll have this be like half that. Let's do that. 3 seconds. Whatever. So what we're also gonna do, we're gonna enable that. Okay. Is that a custom command? It is a custom command. Or it should be. But I need to find it. Shout. Here we go. This is the other one. Alright. Did I program it? I programmed it. No. I utilized streamer bots stuff. So no, I did not do a custom command in. Has that built in? I have what was it? We stopped dealing with stream elements because something to do with Palestine with the head person was problematic and whatever. So we stopped using elements. I forget. Yeah, I think they were was it a Zionist? Something like that. It was a while ago. It was a while ago where it was just like the head person of Stream Elements was problematic, so we wanted to not use it anymore. But it was so long ago, I don't really remember. Anyway, point is, I use pretty much Stream Element. I use immediately countering. I use StreamerBot for 95% of the stuff, the interactions that y'all have on this stream, right? And then I like customize as far as any kind of like animations and any kind of transitions and stuff like that through StreamerBot. But as far as custom stuff, the closest thing that I will say that was with custom was this currency thing that I was going to do for a Gamba. I was gonna have it was Mama Slotto, where she was a slot machine, and I was gonna make it where you could bet like an imaginary currency, and whichever had the highest one was VIP. That was gonna be the interaction, but I felt it was too close to like gambling. Are we playing Pain World? Pain? Do you mean Rain World? I was considering doing Rain World on Saturday, but what happened Saturday? Oh yeah, I just wasn't feeling great, and we were already gonna do a peak collab stream. Hey Bappy, how you doing? How are you? Hopefully you're doing well. What were we doing?
Egg.
Shout out. That's what it was. Egg. All right, let's see here, and we'll just make this one back to like 3,000. Shout out. So we enable it. So last time we tried this, it was broken. So if I do that and I like, okay, Bappy, I'm using you as a shout out just for testing this. Hope you don't mind. It's like, how? No, don't tell people about me. Oh, well, honestly, hi here, that checks out. All right, let's see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so okay, that works. Why is there a second one? It kind of worked. Is it because this? Let's do it. Let's do it again. Yeah. That's what happened last time. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. It was a double trigger. It was triggering twice. All right. So that one works. And let's trigger this one. Follow who's seen another playing game. Okay. Yeah. All right. I think it works now. So now our auto shout out and our manual shout out works. Quote unquote. It's hard to test the raid one because if it doesn't hit the right person, it's not going to fill in all the stuff. Because I don't think this person has a game that they've played recently. When does the auto shoutout kick in? When I am rated by 2 or more people. Hey Ella, how are you doing? How are you doing today? Look at y'all coming in here. Thank you. Real question is, have you had a grilled cheese yet? I'm gonna keep asking until you do it. I'm gonna keep asking. I'm gonna keep bringing it up. I'm doing well. I'm leaning in to the stream at the moment. We're still kind of rolling in, even if it's 30 minutes later. But items to be exactly. No, it's not unusual that I yap for like 30 minutes to an hour when I start stream before we actually get like rolling into what we're actually doing. Which today, I believe, is still going to be the making our own HTML stream stuff and have it interactable. I make a W pasta the other day. Really? What kind of pasta? Yeah. What kind? What are we thinking? Because I recently made some meat sauce with some pasta and some garlic bread. Beautiful. I make a mean meat sauce. It's one of the, I think it's the thing that people like the most that I make is my meat sauce. So what I do is it's a pound of beef, a pound of Italian sausage, and depending on people's spice tolerance, the hot Italian sausage is really good, but it might be too spicy for people. So mild if you're spice vulnerable. And then it's green bell peppers, garlic and onion, diced green peppers, garlic and onion. Honestly, I just do the full bulb of garlic because like it really doesn't matter all that much. Scrambled eggs, chicken, creamy potato sauce, and get this little bit of peanut butter. Ugh, peanut butter. Oh yeah, Ella. I guess I'm just gonna have to cook for you. We're just gonna have to see each other in real life, and I'm just gonna have to cook some meat pasta for you. Oh no. Whatever will I do? I'll make a visit. I mean, I need a visit over where y'all are at anyway. Yeah, I'm also stuck on peanut butter. So I'm gonna finish my list, but I will need you to tell me why you did peanut butter and how does it work. Peanut butter? Cooking stream win? I mean, honestly, when I get my own place and when I get a camera set up, I can see that. I can see a cooking stream being like a sub goal thing eventually down the road. Like, we've talked about cooking before. We've talked about a Mama Dodo cookbook. This meat sauce recipe would be in that, which then reminds me, then it would be like a good 16, I wouldn't say 60, more like 20-25 ounces of marinara sauce, about 8 to 16 ounces of tomato paste, and then from there it's like Italian seasoning, a good amount of garlic salt, a good amount of garlic pepper, some onion powder, I'm trying to think, salt, pepper. Oh no, oh yeah, no, I'm an excellent baker. I'm a pretty decent cook. but I'm a very good baker. That is something that I've always been good at. Like, I have been told that I should stop working in science to to make baked goods by scientists. So, okay, there is no ketchup in my pasta. But you have extra nutty flavors to the background. Okay. Well, considering some of my friends are allergic to peanut butter, I don't think I would experiment on them. But okay, I'll think about it. Okay. I'm making homemade cinnamon rolls for. Oh yeah. Wait, Deck's birthday's today. I need to wish him happy birthday. Hold on. I need to do that. Dad. They said it was Tuesday. Today's Tuesday. Where are you? There we go. Okay. Whew. Wipe sweat off of brow because I forget people's birthdays all the time. Oh yeah, chicken tikka masala as well. That's a lot of words. I do a bomb chicken tikka masala. What is a chicken tikka masala? Teach this uncultured dodo. I found out how to fly in Rain World. Is it being picked up by a vulture? Because I know that one. I mean, listen. You haven't had chicken tikka? I don't know. I might have. I just haven't heard the name. Haven't had naan before. I know of naan. I have not had naan. I have not had naan. Listen. Well, I don't know. Don't make me send to let me Google that. Naan? Really? Like nuh-uh, but nuh-an? Naan? See, now I'm doing it just to piss y'all off. Nan. I said nan. I said nan. Or is it non? Like nah. Really? So it is like nah. Y'all yelled at me when I was like nah. Whatever. Whatever, bruh. Whatever. Whatever. Nah. Don. have this whole back and forth be one giant soundbite. Cook your food. Good luck with that. It's all spirit, baby. You ain't gonna get nothing out of it. There's not even bones to cook, bruh. Anyway, you need to eat more Indian food. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've said it before. I'm a recovering picky eater. Like, to share where I am starting from the humble beginnings of Idealist in his youth. By youth, I mean like 20s. Where I started, what I brought to work to eat. All right? You ready for this? Chicken tenders, frozen chicken tenders, and fish sticks. Microwaved. Not even like ovened. Not even like leftover. Microwaved, frozen chicken tenders and fish sticks. For real. For real, Ratty. Start a peps like I'm starting a war. All right, y'all, pick your side. Pick your side. Well, over here on the left, we have the Dodo Armada, the ones defending the lives of all those all the innocents, and then we have the zombie horde. The zombie horde that is attacking the innocent people and spreading the notorious Zoocosis virus. Who will win? Which side will you fight? And apparently, we'll do this. We'll have we'll have the nuh-on and then the nons. No, we'll have the non versus nan. That's what we'll have. Which side are you on? I'm not telling you which one is which. Oh gosh, he's like, where's that redeem that times out the streamer? All right, what do we got? Where are the ducks? Oh! Hey Shadow, how's it going? Let me just. I need a. Yep. I'm like way over here. Wait a minute. I'm like way over here. Give me like 1 second. Just give me like one second. Oh, okay. All right. I'm back. Hi. How are you doing? And FYI, there's a different one whenever you do the zombie one. Y'all want to see the zombie one? You want to see it? Guys, I'm going to go for a drive on the snow with the black ice. Gosh, Hilarion, drive safely. Pretty please. All right. Everyone vote for zombie when I do this, all right? I'll do it so that y'all don't have to... Oh, wait, did it do it? Oh. Good job. Good job, Bappy. Hilarion, I like you alive, so let's keep you safe on the road, yeah. Let's. Hey, I was gonna have you all save your points, but I guess what else are you gonna send it on? Once we're done with this streaming thing, we can have stuff that y'all can spend your points on, and it's gonna be nice and fun. But we just need to get there. All right. Oh no! The zombie harp! They broke through the barriers! No! Oh my gosh! Oh no! And there you are. That's it. And I'm back. I've been meaning to make a video on how I ended up doing that, so y'all can make your own versions. It's very, it's one of my favorite redeems I've ever did. It was literally like duck versus zombie was all that someone requested, and I was like, bro, I could really run with this. How did you not get infected? The duck onesie is actually very it's anti-infection. It's kind of like a hazmat suit, but less effective. But it's not entirely not effective. Yes, that made sense. But I was protected by the duck suit, which is why there's gonna be a Mama Dodo duck on our game. I honestly miss working on it. Do we think it was a mistake working on the streaming stuff and moving away from the game to work on it? On one hand, I know I needed a break from the gaming stuff for a little bit, but on the other, now I miss it. Now I kind of want to go back. Am I shifting gears too much? Like Hilarion when he goes onto the black ice. We've actually been working on a school project where we're making a tennis launcher. Ooh, all right, have fun with that. FYI, I have a lot of background in tennis. All right, see ya, Larry. See ya. Please be safe. If you could just like let us know you're alive, that'd be great. You don't even have to stay long. Just let us know that you've lived. Be sure to drift responsibly. You know, 15 to 50 speed range. You know what they say about speeding. It was funny, Ella. Hilarion and I were going back and forth and being like, speeding doesn't kill you, stopping does. And I'm like, technically you could die from speeding. And it was like a whole thing. Another war? What are we doing this time? Another one? I need to put a timer on that. Damn. You know what? No, it doesn't need to be a timer. It's 1,000 points. No, that's the progression of software dev. I have 4 projects, keep rotating so I don't get burnt out on one. So, are we... I'm kind of like wanting to go back. Ooh. All right, go make that phone call. Go call, girl. Wait, sorry, I thought it did something else. What did you thought it did? Oh, do you wanna redeem on those points? I can do that for you real quick. I do not mind in the slightest. Let's see. Where the dog? Duck again! Duck again! Oh wait, no, I'm way over here. Hey, start working on it. Idealist, for crying out loud. Get me out of here. Get me over here. Oh, okay, all right, we're back. Okay, we're fine. Start a war, and there you are. Boom. Okay, you got your points back. So you're good to go. So also a little bit of peek behind the curtain. The war stuff, I want that to be okay. Getting a little ahead of myself. In the beginning of stream where you have like that kind of like waiting, like almost like the early aughts, like upcoming, this is the show that's coming up soon kind of deal, like very much like Adult Swim-esque kind of vibe, which is what I'm aiming for. So one of the things I wanted to add, and as part of the streaming interactions that I want to make, and the reason that I want to move forward with it, is because I want to make it where you can quote unquote change the channel. I would say if you're losing motivation for this project, switch back to the other one, and that's what I do at least. I think that's what we might do today, Shadow. I think we'll go back to our game dev for a little bit, and then what we'll do is that we'll just hop between doing stream, like making our stream software, to making our game dev, like our actual game, and then just flip back and forth as soon as we hit, like we start losing that momentum. I appreciate your input, Shadow, for that. Because you feel bad, right? You're just like, man, I don't know. It's better to put a project on the back burner that is complete breakdown of it. Yeah. But the problem is my back burner's full of stuff that I just never go back to. But I really want to make this stream thing a reality, and I really want the game to be a reality, so I don't think I have to worry about these two like being sitting in the back for too long, especially if I'm excited. The good sign where Foxy is, I haven't. Yeah, where's Foxy? I don't know. Where did Foxy go? How you doing, Foxy? How you doing today? No, like I think there's a good sign where that I'm excited. I'm feeling the urge to go back to it. I think that's huge. I think that's a big sign of things to come. Anyway, I remember the original thing that I wanted to tell y'all. If y'all want to change Mama Dodo's costume, here, I'll turn this on. I'll do it's random. It's not all. I don't even think it's gonna work, but just use it and then tell me which one you want. None of them are on. I've unhotkeyed everything to make room for the Halloween stuff. Just tell me and I'll switch manually. It's fine. But so just feel free to use that. Okay, so we're switching to actual game dev, which means I'm going to change the title. Makes their own horror game. Indie horror game. Done. All right. You would think it would be. Honestly, it was probably Halloween. Probably all the spooky Halloween stuff made me think, oh, I want to work on this horror game. So let's open up Godot and then immediately need to update it, because I'm sure that's going to be a thing. Let's see it. Did I update the tier list? I did. I posted it in a new discussion section in the Discord for everyone to put their own little tier list in there. Which also, if you haven't already, vote on costumes on the poll on the Discord as well, because I'm also using that. I'm using everyone's tier list, my tier list, and the voting that is currently happening in the poll in the Discord for what stays and what doesn't. And it's going to be the top 10. The top 10 will stay. The rest will go into the vaults, with the exception of Zukosis Mama Dodo and Mama Slato. Those have been redeemed to come back for a month. So they will come back for a month and then be put back into the Discord. Also, stream API, any % run is really funny. Thank you. I also found it fairly amusing. We'll switch this to boop. Look at that last call. Let's go. All right, it's been a hot minute. And by that, I mean probably like 2 months-ish, 3 months-ish. I would know if I actually kept up with my VODs. Point is, it's been a sec, right? All right, go eat. Go eat, boy. It's the boy version of Go Piss Girl. Let me know what you end up getting, all right? Fill me in. It's in Godot, right? It is in Godot. I hate the number 7. Well, that means you just need to stay here one more time, and you'll be number 8, and then you don't have to worry about 7 ever again. So this game is an indie horror game. It is it's a game about where you are a 911. 8 is a goat number. It is a goat number. It's very good. It is you're a 911 operator, and the small town that you're in is slowly being taken over by mimics, and your job is to send out emergency personnel to the houses to help people who are fighting these things off and trying to survive. But the mimics can also call you, so you need to determine if the person on the other end of the phone call is a real person or not. And if you are wrong, then you end up losing emergency personnel, which makes it harder to defend other people. It's essentially like a horror game that's secretly designed as a resource management game kind of vibe. It's kind of like that. So if you can see here, thank you. I also think it's kind of cool. This is what we got so far. So we're kind of going in a bit of a FNAF style way interface. That's dumb but funny. So we have the phone that you answer phones. You have the radio that lets you listen in on the emergency personnel that you send to get real-time feedback if you were correct or not. We have almost like a receipt paper that allows you to go back to see what decisions you've made in what calls that come in. This is the keypad where you determine how many emergency vehicles get sent to the location. And here is the map that we have here. What we kind of have like different like identifiers that we've kind of put here. The idea. All right, see ya, Ella. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by, as always. But if we look, this is what we've been working on for like the last, I want to say like 4 months. Is like this. We make a decision, and it spreads to different houses, and every single time we're wrong, it goes to a different location, and it just keeps on chaining around the entire map until eventually it will stop, like right there. And we have like a couple other ones that they didn't reach to, etc. So let me see if I can find our notes because we have notes of this being made. Let's see here. API workbook. Okay, honestly, API. That was the one that I was looking for before, actually, which is really funny. Let's see here. Is there anything here on the API? No. Oh yeah, it definitely was like Last Call something. By the way, the name of the game is Last Call. Because what I want, okay, walk with me here. Close your eyes, open up your mind theater, or whatever it is that you do in your head to watch stuff. The game starts. Before you get to even see anything, you hear a voicemail. And then you hear like, leave the, at the end of the call, you leave your voicemail, then beep, and you hear a woman talking about you. Just, they know that they're going to die. And they're making this call to let them know that just everything, not even everything, the idea, just trying to tell them what's been going on, even though they don't fully understand what's happening. And they, you know, they talk about it as like they've tried so hard to save as much people as possible, but no matter what they try, they can't really get it. And then before the end of the voicemail, it cuts short, and then the game starts. And I want the end of the game to be the continuation of that call. Because I want, this was something that like I thought of like very late into the development of this game, where it's the question of if you had time to make one last call, who would you call and what would you say? Can I be one of the policemen who gets absolutely murdered by some entity? To be fair, almost all of them would, because here's the fun thing with this game. To my Bessie L whole time. This game's who dies first and who dies last is completely dependent on your actions. And I don't mean in the sense of like you choose between these three options and then it will create a decision tree that gets like infinitely more complicated. It's like, no, the way that we're moving forward with it is every character in this game, albeit the people that live in the houses and or the people that you send out in the emergency vehicles, all have their own like character arc or story that they put forward, and whoever gets to the end is the one you get to know the story of the most. That's just the natural progression of it. So I like that, because then I believe what will happen is that certain people will fall in love with certain other characters. Foxy side story? I mean, sure, if you want. So like depending on which there isn't like a scripted, this is the last person. The only thing that is scripted is that you, the main character, are the only one who lives. I'm fairly adamant about that. You're the last one to survive. Twice. Well, I say twice because the demo of this game is going to be like a little prequel, which I think is really cool, by the way. The fact that we're going to move forward with a demo that's like a prequel. Can I fall in love with one of the entity baddies? Well, Foxy, I'll have you know that there is going to be a character, a person's development that ends up worshiping these things. We're talking cults, sacrifice to them, wants to be one of them kind of vibes. So if you want, you know, if that sounds more like up your alley. And we also have a kid who brings the monster to their parents thinking that he's made a new best friend. And then it kills all of them. So there's also that one. There's just a Dionychus on the desk, and whatever you click, it says LOL. Where is this LOL coming from high here? What, did you just learn this or something and you want to apply it to everything? What's going on? Talk to me. Anyway, so last time we worked on this was July. I'm fine. So July, August, September, October. It's been almost 4 months. It's been 3.5 months since we worked on this. Oh, hold on. I'll show you. Boop. And the last thing we did was apply and finish spread resistance, fix, understand, print spread issues. I don't even know what that means at this point. Half a year, for real. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's a shorter break than we took last time. Last time, I completely just didn't do any game dev for like 6 months in the first year. I don't know. Oh, I was trying to find room to work on the like actual like lore stuff that I want to work on, and that didn't go as well as I thought it was going to. Idea: create global numbers that are reduced when a certain building are removed, thus affecting those that depending on those values. Shit, I don't know. What is Unk talking about? The fuck is this guy talking about? I don't even know what that means. I mean, I understand the idea behind it, kinda. So the idea here is, let's see, size uniformity. Yeah, it was like we're trying to apply these. We're gonna try to make it so that, you know, the spread is farther depending on the difficulty of the mimic, because the mimics will have different difficulties. They will, and as the game progresses, they get smarter. And if they get smarter, they try to trick you more as far as like the way they become less predictable because they're smarter. So finding a way to like have those be connected. Gaps explore possibility. Applied ability to extend range when nothing valid is nearby. Not all locations are equal. Starting code for resistances. Where did I do that? Let's see. Spread resistance. Well, there it is. This is the quote-unquote start of the code of that resistance. Is that it? Mimic. I know mimic difficulty. Where this is the one where we're like, okay, cool. You increase that by increasing the difficulty. You. Oh right, that's when I added the Boolean, if I remember correctly. One day I was playing Rain World and killed a spider, and now is my new catchphrase. Oh, okay, okay. Oh wait, shit. Where? Oh, we need to recharge. Okay, we did see it. Okay, a little bit late, but we are going to go to ad break. After that, we'll continue on our game dev journey. See y'all in a sec. Maybe I'll do a little exercise. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna at least try. All right. Stretch. Okay. You know what? What if let's stand this. Works like a glove. Okey-dokey. We're now standing. It's been a hot while since I've done the standing desk. tell you that much. But I'm at least gonna do one of each. I'm at least gonna do that. Alright. Hi, and welcome to Idealist Corner of the Internet. Today, we are working on game dev. What does that mean? Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I wanted to, that I'm like looking. The potential for spread of different resistances that are directly related to the difficulty of the mimic. I think, well, it's interesting coming in from the like outside of it, you know, being like, well, is this really necessary? Because once you step away for a while, you kind of see it with new fresh eyes. So a part of me is just like, is that necessary? We have it spreading. That's what matters. Does it need to be perfect as far as the way it spreads before we move forward? Because a part of me wants to say no. Alright, we're back. So, welcome back, first of all. So something that I was kind of thinking while I was waiting for the ads to clear up, and it's very interesting seeing stepping away for a period of time allows you to see things in a clearer mindset or a new set of eyes, right? And I think the question that I'm asking is, does the spread need to be perfect, like the exact way that we want it before we move forward? Or would it be better if we have like, that's a good way to describe this real quick. Let's see. Let's use this, right? So the way that we're kind of going about it in, where is development roadmap? Here it is. See? Creating resource system, NPCs, whatever. So imposter spread is what we're going. That's what this is. That's what we've been working on. We don't step forward until we're done with the spread, and then we work on the resource system, and then we work on the NPCs leaving, and then we work on the phones, etc., 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 right? So kinda in its own way, I'm looking at this now, and it's almost like, instead of it being like, okay, work on imposter spread. Oh, I know what the issue is here. There you go. Oh, nope. This one was orange though. All right, work on imposter spread. And then it's in step 1. It's like step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? It's work on imposter spread and then work on the 5 different things of imposter spread. And instead be on like imposter spread, then we work on, what's the next one? Resources. And then we do phone call, and then we do NPCs leading, like, yeah, it's like phone system, NPC leaving, like we do all these other steps but only on the first one of each, right? Where we do, yeah, we do one of everything. We do just the first one. And the idea is like at the end of it, then we have at least a functioning system where it's not exactly how much, like we don't have building resistances. Like what was the other 2 that we needed on mimic spread? It was add additional mimics in potential spread for different distances to be directly related to difficulty of mimic, as well as we need not all locations are equal. So the idea behind the all locations are not equal is some buildings act as barriers for other buildings. That was the mentality, and like going in trying to figure out a way to mathematically or in the code prioritize certain ones over others. So I was moving forward with like a resistance thing where if we look at, is it the church? No, those are points of interest. Building ID. Yeah, you see here where they have building and then assigned. I think that's what it was. I could be completely wrong. Maybe it was proximity. Yeah, mimic difficulty. Boom. So this choose the mimic, and then this is the mimic difficulty for the mimic proximity, right? So what it affects the mimic's ability to like behave in certain ways depending on that. Yeah, David Tennant is a good doctor. That is true. How you doing, Scallion? So I think what I want to do is I would rather have a much more base skeleton version of this. Just kind of be like, cool, it spreads when we hit spacebar, it doesn't break, we're good to move on to the next part. And then once we have everything together and fitted somewhat nicely together and kind of flow between those interactions, then we move forward with trying to add on the things that we want as far as giving a little more like adding the difficulty to the mimics, right? So we need to figure out what is quote unquote the core things and which things are kind of like or want to have. I'm sorry, Skyline, did you just sleep wrong? Or like, because there's been a lot of times where I could tell that I didn't move a lot in my sleep and I'm just like, oh, my back, oh god. I'm also old, so take that as you will. So add additional mimics. I don't think these three are priority. I want to make it so certain buildings act more than the other. I want the spread for different distances to be directly affected difficulty and mimic. I want additional mimics to come in throughout the thing. I want this, but it's not necessary for this to function. The being able to have it go around to make sure there's no gaps, that is a necessity. That needed to happen. I needed to make sure that it was able to hop around and be able to fill in the gaps as necessary. Alright, sounds good. We have the same bones. So I would say, yeah, timing I think was a big one here. Is determining how often should it go. And I think the determination of how often it goes is kind of tied to how long we feel is a manageable number of, or how long it takes to make a decision. I think we need to work on timing, yes, but I think that's a post-made adjustment than it is it needs to be there now. Because if we put the timing now as something arbitrary, we're just going to change it later. So we might as well just do it later. There's no point putting in something arbitrary. Okay. So with that being said, we're gonna adjust the roadmap just a bit. Where we do need to also make the demo map. We should be fine. As the spread should be copyable to the new map relatively easily. So again, for those that don't know, the demo of this game is going to be a smaller town that's happening literally right before the timeline of the full game. So the way that the narrative is the main character gets hurt in the woods. How they go when it get hurt, I'm kind of purposely leaving vague, but they go to a very small hospital in a kind of just like a town in the middle of the mountains, like very, very small, pretty much where like the hospital is like pretty much in a house level of small here, and you know, get them up to be healthy, and then they are picked up and then driven to where they live. As soon as they leave that small town, it now has a very similar thing to what we're dealing with here, but it's a lot, the houses are a lot fewer, you're dealing with less resources, but you still have all the interactions, and all the feel of it is still going to be the same, maybe, albeit maybe a little quicker, right? And then, so if the main game has about like, oh gosh, between all of the emergency personnel and all the characters and stuff, I want to say like 50 characters. If the main game has 50 characters, I'm thinking the demo has like 10 or 15, maybe, that we get to play with. Very much more limiting, much more refined, so that once we make sure that the demo has everything that if we were to put out the main game, it would be exactly the same. We put the demo out there, get feedback for how people feel about it, make adjustments to the main game based on the reception of the demo, which would be, and I put out a thing a while back as far as like how big of a difference should the demo be before the main thing, and the consensus ended up being like around 6 months. The acceptable amount of time between a demo and the release of the full game is about 6 months. So the idea is the demo goes out, we get some feedback from it, and then 6 months later, it's going to be a full release of the main game with the adjustments made. But for the most part, like by this point, the store page, by the time here, yeah, like, oh, by the way, I was planning on it being ready by October. FYI. In case you haven't looked at your calendar lately, it's November. Yeah. So, yeah. Get the demo out, etc. Then, 6 months of polishing, and then bug fixing, and then adjusting to feedback. Let's do adjust to feedback. Right. And then it will release in March. Full release in March. And then we donate to Godot because they've been super awesome and they deserve it. But the way that I'm kind of thinking is instead where it's like imposter spread, resource, NPC, script, phone calls. I think here, make imposter filter. Before sound effects, before music, before pause, before art assets, before all this, I'm gonna say we're gonna go ahead and just move this up, and we are gonna make it so that round 2 of adding additional wants/needs review. So the idea here is, especially with this group, we're gonna go ahead and just do like that, and then that. Perfect. So it will loop. So we make the imposter spread, the resource system, NPCs leaving, phone system, phone scripts, phone audio. Round 2. And what round 2 is basically cool. We have a functioning, full interconnected system that we have created. Does it feel good? Does it feel like it's still missing some things? Like, how do we feel about it? Does it feel right? And during the phone scripts and phone calls, etc., that would also be something that we just throw into the demo. And luckily, because we're making the demo the exact same way we're making the main game, a lot of it's going to be copy paste. The only thing that isn't are anything that's like by these needs. So we'll need to make the simple objects on the map, aka the map. The phone scripts and phone audio would be different, of course, because you're dealing with different people. And then art assets and store page. Store page would just be more or less of like, you just like, it's a demo now, yay, like that kind of thing. So I'm thinking we work on the resource system. So let's get this back to that, and then let's get this back to this. Okay. Now, we are now on the resource system. And you might be asking, Idealist? I thought this was a horror game. Yes, it is a horror game. The resource system is the emergency personnel that we send out. Okay. So let's break down the resource system fundamentally. Let's do here. Hold on. Do we already have resources already up to go? Coworkers, resources. We do. Excellent. Yeah. Currently, what we have our eyes on are 6 police officers, 3 EMTs, and 2 fire trucks. And the reason that we're doing the resource system before the phone system is because the phone system essentially takes in the information, and then you as the player determine what resources get sent out. That's the whole system in a very basic explanation. So with that being said, we need to have a way to send something out if we are going to do it. So we're thinking 6 police officers, which we send police officers based on the kind of situation that you send out there, right? So if it needs any kind of de-escalation, then you want a police officer. And the impact of that is that it chases off the mimic infestation. EMT, we planned for 3 of them, and you send them to reduce casualties. So if there's a someone is hurt kind of thing, or if there's a potential for someone being hurt, then EMT keeps them alive. I think it'd be interesting where it's like prevent death of people, thus extending the game. Here's another one that I just thought of, which might be interesting. I think it would be kind of good if EMT provides support to other resources, so they are less likely to die. Maybe. Because fire trucks completely prevent the loss of resources. So the idea of fire trucks is that they're like an extra life. Because the idea behind you getting things wrong is the mimic ambushes them and they all die. And every single one that you send over there is dead if you are wrong. So if there is a fire truck, then only the firemen die, because the logic behind it is if there is a fire truck and the firemen, they're the ones who gets in, like, you send them to get through tough places. They're the first one in the door. The firemen are the first ones in the door. So they're the ones that get ambushed first. then that gives a chance for the police and everyone to get away, right? So only the fire truck die, thus saving the rest of the resources that you sent out. But EMT felt a little lacking. Prevent the death of people, thus extending the game, was kind of a BS answer, not gonna lie. As far as like, I think it would be imperative to send EMTs to... It makes sense that EMTs are used to prevent death. I think that is... We need to make what it does to be... reasonable? Understandable? What's a good term for it? You can see it from surface value, right? So what we have... Police officers, I think, is fine. They chase off a mimic infestation. You need a police officer in order to... You need a guy with a gun in order to get the mimic out. So that in of itself, these are the most important part of your resource management right here. Because if you don't have this, they're just going to spread and kill everybody. EMTs, and fire trucks I also like. I like the idea of there being almost like a sacrificial lamb in a way, where it's like there are things where you need a fire truck to handle properly. Because again, there are going to be real calls that require real results of these. If you are... that's another question. Have I really explored the idea of a real situation that you handled incorrectly? Because we have 4, right? We have real problem. This is the problem and response. If you have a real problem or a fake problem is mimic, right? And your response is the following. You respond with correctly or incorrectly. And then correctly, and then incorrectly. You have a Punnett square of possibilities. I think I've only really planned for 3 out of 4 of these. So let's look. Let's explore here, just real quick, just so we can properly process this. So results. The problem is real, and you respond correctly. Situation handled. No one dies. Yeah, no one dies. Boom. Situation handled. The problem is real, and the response is incorrectly. This is the one that I wasn't considering before. I always focused on the fake stuff. Fake being mimic. That it's like, okay, the house is on fire, and the house is actually on fire. And then you're just like, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think your house is on fire. I think if it's handled incorrectly, house owner dies. No, caller dies. Well, that's not always the case, right? I think what it should be, because there's a big difference between help, I'm trapped under some rubble, my house is on fire, please send firemen, and then you're like, ha ha ha, I don't believe you, or oop, did they say fire? I thought they said squire, and they didn't send a fireman. Either way, firemen weren't sent. They die. The house is gone, right? Already makes sense. But in a situation where it's like, okay, but what if it's like a domestic dispute and you don't send a policeman to de-escalate the situation, you only send an EMT and a fireman? It would be weird if, like, cool, everyone in that house died, and you're like, what? It's a domestic dispute. Why would they be dead? And all our guys are just fine? We have a belligerent person for a domestic dispute? and our guys, which have no way to defend themselves, are just fine and dandy. I don't know. So the way I see it is, response unfolds without change, and I'm thinking that's the way to go about it. So I think in a weird way, we need to. Where is it? Where's my? Oh, that ain't it. Here it is. NPCs leaving phone system phone scripts. I think we need to do phone scripts first. Because in order to do the phone system, we need to know what we're handling as far as what kind of situations they're going to be called for. You know what I mean? Because if we try to make it so that the interaction is there, I would rather it be at least somewhat accurate as far as the possibilities of that happening, where maybe there just is what we'll have it so that situations arise with a predetermined outcome, and you as a person are now able to send people to help and prevent that outcome, right? And I'm starting to lean into the fact that I think this might be just a giant trolley problem of like, how much are you willing to pull that lever to save as many people as possible before you are given a no more choice? Or the choice becomes so problematic that you just can't pull it anymore, or the thing locks. So like, I don't know. I want to say it makes sense. It makes sense to do the scripts first, or at the very least the basic ones, right? So maybe it's less to do with the phone scripts, because phone scripts is like detailed. It's like we're moving on to the damn audio level here, and that's not the level where I want to go. I just want to be able to like situational. So I think you know what? Let's just. It's fine. It makes me irritated, but it's fine. Okay. What we're gonna do on here instead of the resource system is create a situation archive. Writing ongoing. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of doing a little bit of both at the same time here. So let's do a situation archive real quick. I mean, we have recordings and we have phone calls. So we'll just kind of put it around here. Situation archive. Okay. In the situation archive here, we'll just have, I like always putting a little thing on the top left of each of my tabs explaining what the hell this tab is, because I have a lot of them and I lose track sometimes. What can I say? I'm a complicated dodo. It is a list of potential situations with predetermined outcomes that that the player will interact with in their decisions. All right. Problem, outcome. Pretty straightforward. Literally just super simple fire in house, trapped under rubble, outcome, person dies. Oops. I always do the wrong one for that one. Okay. Whoop. There you go. All right. Fire in house, trapped under rubble, person dies. Checks out, right? Preventable measures. I would say fire F/E. So I'm gonna also put this thing here where it's like legend, police is P, EMT is E, and then fireman. Not saying women can't be firemen, but I believe, is a fire person? I don't know what the gender neutral fireman would be. F. But I certainly am not in the belief that women cannot be firefighters. Because they sure as hell can be. So you need both a fireman and an EMT to prevent a person from dying. That's super simple. Fire in house, trapped under rubble. Okay. Then we have domestic abuse. Outcome of the domestic abuse, I think someone dies. Yeah, person dies. Do we always want it? Yeah, true, Foxy, because that means that they didn't, the fire didn't spread to their face, and it didn't singe their mustache. I see it. You're like, I'm so good that fire hasn't touched my body. Honestly, though, I'm kind of the opposite. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Whitebeard in One Piece, where his back was like flawless, but his front was full of scars. Like a firefighter with a burn scar, or like some kind of like showing that they've been in it, because a person, like, it's kind of like the idea of spotless armor. You haven't seen battle, you know. A firefighter with a perfect mustache is one that hasn't jumped into the fray. So I don't know. I'm kind of I get what you're saying, Foxy. I really do. But I'm in the argument on the other side. I think the scars and the showing that they've gone through hell and back and survived, that says a lot more over perfection. Because getting sidetracked on the bingo. You're gonna get that bingo off real quick if a sidetrack is on there. I would love to see a idealist bingo card. Maybe we should do that on maybe we should have that be a 24-hour thing. We just put together a bingo card, and if we get a full bingo, then like I have to like gift subs or something. You know what I mean? What if both? A firefighter that has a big ass burn scar, but it's also perfectly communist mustache. That tells me that they retired. But both is also just a good enough flex. If anything, it would also probably show that they messed up once and then they made sure they never made it again, which also is a very big compliment. I think you just like big mustaches on firefighters, Foxy. Which, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. Unfortunately for me, I do not have the beard, that kind of beard. My face does not support such such a weight. The burden. I have a type, I've noticed. Wait, is it, gosh, what's his name? The dude from Seven Deadly Sins, Pride. The lion's pride. Is Escanor? Him? Mama Dodo with a big ass beard and mustache. I think we did a Santa one at one point, which I think I did give her a beard, and I don't think I gave her a mustache though. I think I did give her a beard. We could work on the next human-esque one. Who the hell is that? Oh, hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Oop. Escanor. 7 Deadly Sins. Yeah! I was right. Escanor. This is Escanor. From the 7 Deadly Sins anime. He's the lion's sin of pride. Who the hell decided that? So big mustache. He's skinny man, and when the sun is out, he's like opposite of a lycanthrope. He's like this at night, and then he becomes uber jacked in the day. And he gets like when the sun is at its highest, he becomes the strongest. Yeah, it's a whole thing. So, bro built like a Giga Chad mean. He is though. Granted, if you've seen the other kinds of people in Seven Deadly Sins, it's honestly not that far-fetched. But he's meant to be like I wouldn't say the strongest, but he has, at specific times, he is the strongest. But it's very narrow. So, a domestic abuse person dies. P. Definitely P. Do we need E? I'm gonna question E. Like, oh, which ones have you seen? Well, I recommend. Listen, anime is something I do recommend. In general, there's a lot of weird ones. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of gems. So, just saying. No, is 7 Deadly Sins worth it? It's I think up to a certain point it's worth watching, and then it kind of loses its way a bit. I think they lose it a bit, but you know, what do I know, right? Evangelion, why did I say Jellion? Galleon, Dragon Ball, Sandy Bell, and another one I'm forgetting. Sandy Bell. So funny enough, Foxy, I think I haven't seen any of those. And I think not seeing Evangelion is technically a sin. At least in the VTuber space. But I missed that ride. It was the same with gosh, what is the mech? Any of the mech anime. Really any of them. I haven't really seen. Giant robot, I didn't get that kind of autism. I didn't get giant robot autism. That's like humanoid giant robot fanaticism is something that missed me entirely. I was already set. I was already primed and ready to go with dinosaurs. I did not need... I'm fine. And then Dragon Ball, I just watched Dragon Ball Z Abridged. That's all I that's all I saw. I only saw, I didn't even see like the full series. I didn't really see any of it. I watched some of it at like friends' houses here and there, but Dragon Ball was always, to me, was just kind of like meh. I didn't get super big into anime until Toonami with Naruto Shippuden. No, was it Shippuden at the time? It wasn't Shippuden. It was in the middle of the Mist arc where Naruto's like nine-tailed fox started to come out, and then I was just like, You don't say. Is a definite verge to see. Yeah. Abridged, listen, oh gosh. Please tell me you've seen, what's his name? Van Helsing, or Helsing Abridged. Please tell me you've seen it. If you, I will forgive you for leaving this stream to watch Helsing Abridged. I will forgive you for that. In fact, put up both. Just put up both. It is cinema. It is so good. I have seen that at least 4 times, like in its entirety. It is so funny. It is so funny. The abridged stuff is really good. In fact, I started recently trying to find, there was a solo leveling abridged that started to come out that caught my eye. Remember the last anime was Rascal Does Not Dream of a Bunny Girl Senpai? Uh-huh. Sure. Whatever you say, Foxy. Foxy likes bunny girls, noted. I mean, you know, each their own. I don't really have one preference over another. Bunny girls specifically, I don't necessarily like. It's not like it's like, oh, it's bunny, so it's better. Like it's the same. It's the same rate as anybody else. Rate is a wrong word for that idealist. That is not a good word to use. It's at the same level. Same level as all the other anime girl. I mean, it's not good anime. It's slice of life. Uh-huh. Yeah. Sure. It's like, show me your Steam list. Fox Girls or the Spirit Girls, by the way, not biased. I can see it. Again, I would put Fox Girls over Bunny Girls. But it's not. Oh. No. I think I like horns. Yeah. I think I like horns. But I get it. I definitely put Fox above Bunny, though. A friend forced me to watch it, please. I'm not lying. Oh, well, that would make it extra weird for me. Hey, what are we watching? Oh, we're watching a Bunny Girl Senpai. It's like, I'm gonna go. I'm gone. Oh, that would be really funny. Guys, we have to add some funny ones in this. What if we add forced to watch a bad anime? Outcome, person die. Oh my gosh, no, not person dies. Anime reference for future calls. Preventable measures. The bunny girl part. It's part of the damn title, Foxy. What do you mean? It's part of the title. Oh, there needs to be a backdrop on that text. Like, the white on white kind of sucks there. How come the monsters are disturbed by the viewer? Right, exactly. Well, that's what the thing is like. It's clickbait anime, just trust me. Sure. Preventable measures. P. Yeah, we need to have red herrings in here too. We'll have this be R/F. No, not R/F. I was thinking real/fake. That's not it. Yeah, but we need a mixture of like reasonable stuff and unreasonable stuff. Like things that take up time and attention but don't actually have consequence for not moving forward with it. Because here's the thing. You can have a forced to watch bad anime and it's a mimic that you need to take care of. So you do need to send a mimic. You still need to send a mimic there. Which, by the way, in case it's not something I mentioned previously, the current plan for the resources is when you think it's a mimic, you add another police officer to the mix. That's the current thing. I don't think it's double. I don't think it's, or maybe even 2 police officers. I think just 1 additional police officer more than it would normally take. So if you thought this was a mimic, you would send 2 police officers, not just 1. But you don't have to send anybody, because the result is just anime references for future calls. Can we make a secret ending where you kill everybody so the monsters think you are one of them? So there are 2 endings that I have currently planned because I have to think about the way people play this game. The first way to play this game is to do the things that you're supposed to do. And then the second way to play this game is to never answer the phone call at all. And you just don't do anything. Which I've timed it as the turtle ending. And there is a slightly different way of ending the game as far as if you don't do anything, then something else happens. But as far as the monsters think you're one of them, no. But I think the direction I was kind of going was like the monsters will essentially thank you for being on their side or something like that, where it's just like, we have to convince you for aiding in our spread, like that kind of mentality. But I think I'm leaning back on that. There isn't a you've joined the monster side ending as of yet, but there is an ending especially for people who just don't do anything, just like Job Simulator, where there's a lot of random shit on the table. There is plans for Mama Dodo rubber duck being there that you can like squeak. As far as there being a lot of items, there isn't a whole lot of room for the items to be. There's already a lot here. I mean, we might like move things around and maybe like have a right and left here to kind of like fit everything. But I'll think about it. Is there anything specific that you have in mind as far as what you would like to see on the desk? Forced to watch bad anime, pizza, ordering pizza. Outcome, person goes hungry. How would you prevent it? Any. That would be really funny. It's like, hey, get this guy his pizza. And the police officer's just like, are you kidding me right now? Why am I delivering this pizza for this guy? Like, what do you mean? Oh no. We have to play that new game that was recommended. What was it called? Hold on. Was it Dispatch? Is that the name of it? Because it's about you're not a 911 operator, but you do handle people, right? It's a whole thing where you handle people and like you send them out and there's like interactions and stuff. Because that's fuck. Yeah. Yeah, you send certain people out and then they have their own conversation stuff. We need to, oh no. We need to use it for inspiration. Because I watched 911 operator simulation games to kind of get my bearings on this. This plays a lot more heavily into like the decision tree slash narrative aspect to it, but like at the same time our game's gonna have a lot more investment into the narrative aspects of the personnel that are in this game. So I needed a more narrative focused inspiration, or at least something to reference. Shit. We're probably gonna have to get this. Or at least I might have to watch a playthrough of it. Because even like the way of you being able to show like the different personalities and how they mesh together and how they interact with each other, you can choose who goes where. Oh, that's such a good idea, though. You can maybe add drawers to the desk. You can look down below and search for clues, or maybe just coffee mug on the filled to the brim. I like coffee. Hold on. Let's see here. Let's do. Do I have like interaction, coworkers, tutorial, resources, imposter, challenge modes, radio, scripts, characters, broadcast system, emergency shutdown, Easter eggs, possible ads. Let's do possible ads, and we'll do drawers with items inside, as well as coffee mug. The other potentials that we have that are sitting in here, New Game Plus, where you're playing as people that you are played with. That one's mine. That one's mine. I would like for people to know me as a game developer of the guy who you play New Game Plus every time, because every time it's like a second game. Because you do things from a different you play the same game from a different point of view. And I really, really like that. Ending, the phone rings, you pick up, you hear the echo of you picking up behind you. Maybe. Look up SCP-939. I don't even know what that one is. Adding a shop to let the player buy ornaments for their desk. Money is equivalent to progressing in the game. Oh, so that one's kind of similar to what you're talking about, Foxy. Where it's kind of like, as you do well, you can kind of like buy things that you can put on your desk. Which, wasn't there a doll game? Wasn't there a horror doll game that did that? We could also play that one for inspiration as well, if we kind of want to go down that direction. Tie desk ornaments to achievements and progression. You are not, so you are with a lot of other people, Foxy, of desk ornamentation and of doing that kind of stuff is something that y'all really want to see. So yeah, I guess we kind of need to move forward with that. Obviously not right now, but potentially add pinball or similar minigame as a 100% completion award. That's also really funny. I also like that. Add rewards for getting certain times. I don't even know what that means. Drawers with items inside, coffee mug. Yeah. But yeah, no. Crap. Yeah, Dispatch might be a game where we have to play for inspiration for. Obviously, this is much more can you make multiple difficulties, and just for the memes, make the easiest baby difficulty actually the hardest by far and hardest impossible. Oh gosh. Funny as that is, the different difficulties is something that I have considered. Challenge mode. Here it is. This is one that I've considered before. Have player choose difficulty settings at different aspects of the game, because a lot of games that are doing really well now is like you can turn up the difficulty of certain things and down the difficulty in others. So for example, a lot of games, especially single player games that have combat and like puzzles, instead of just increasing the difficulty that arbitrarily increases everything all at once, you can choose if it's like, I want a harder combat difficulty, but an easier puzzle difficulty, and vice versa, right? Decreased decision, where part of that is decreasing decision time, decrease the cooldown for incoming calls, increase variability of speed, increasing the speed of spread, and then infinite mode, and then people no longer specific to their location, so everything's randomized and you can't memorize stuff. After you beat the game, there should be extras menu where the monster designs and Easter eggs. Yes. Honestly, that's a good idea. So post beat. Well, this game is also incentivizing people to see. One of the things I did want to do is at the end of the game, you see the last person alive before you. You get to hear their last call, so you're incentivized to hear everyone's last call, so you can kind of like guide people to be the last survivor. I think that's pretty neat and very good for replayability, by the way. Post beat extras for monster design / Easter eggs. FYI, unfortunately / fortunately, when it comes to monster designs, you never see the monster. I want people to come up with their own idea what these things look like. There should be a frame photo of Shrek on the tip. That's really funny. All right, I need to run to the restroom real quick, so I apologize if I'm not back within the allotted time, but I'm going to do a quick ad break, and then I'll be right back. We'll also do, like, there. All right, I am back. Just in time, too, from the looks of it. Love it when that lines up. So, there could also be a 1 in 100% chance, or 1 in 100 chance, that there are no monsters and everybody is just paranoid. The same game, but there's creatures. There's no creatures, people act like there are. Well, that's kind of the thing. The way that this game is going to go about, Foxy, is it's going to be a lot of police finding what's happened after the fact, and you, in your theater of the mind, are going to be imagining what could have happened in that space. So like there's a lot of different scripts here that we have already going that are things that you learn after the fact. Like you don't see the mimic tricking the mom by puppeting a child as it waits above. You don't see that. But what you do see is a cop seeing everything and then describing this to you, and describing how there were tracks on the ceiling and how there was blood in the boy's bed, and then like bloody footsteps leading to the living room where the mom is currently located. Like there's so many of that where you're kind of, it's almost investigative in a way. I don't know if I want to make a visual where you get to see it, because then I feel like having it play in your mind is so much more impactful, and it would also increase our workload like significantly if we wanted to paint a picture for every single instance and then make it enough of them so that if you're replaying this, you're not seeing the same thing for like the 5th time. Like that's really the biggest thing, is like the biggest thing with replayability is that you need to have enough stuff so that replayability doesn't feel repetitive, right? So we need to be careful with that, at least in a visual perspective. But the reason I mentioned that is because the 1 out of 100 chance is funny, just because there is I want you to, even like a normal playthrough, still have a little bit of seed of doubt that these things were real. Like even the end of the game, I think I have it here in the recording tab here. Yeah, recordings. The end of the game, when the credits are rolling, credits are probably going to be pretty short, really. Cassette recording of the investigator interrogating the main character of where the bodies of the towns were located. So like no one found even like a piece of these things, and that's why I don't want to show what these things look like. I don't want to show like how these things move. Yeah, the guy, I mean, you are playing the character who lives. You are the only one who survives. And I mean, you do have like coworkers during this as well, where you have like 4 of them. One of them, as soon as the power goes out, they're gone. They're like, hey, this is D&D. No, this is our indie horror game. Guy goes out as soon as the electricity goes out. We have I should probably start from the beginning. In the beginning of this game, you are a 911 operator who just came back from the hospital from being attacked in the woods. You have 4 coworkers, and they're all 911 operators, and you're just trying to do a good job. The day starts, things get a little weird, mimics started impersonating people, emergency personnel start dying. As soon as the first one, I'm gonna say, as soon as the first emergency personnel dies, your first coworker is like, bro, this is just a job, I'm leaving. Like, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what's happening here, I'm gone. I'm not gonna stay here and die. And a lot of people are gonna be like, it's like, what do you mean? You're a 911 operator. It's your job to like save people. And he's like, fuck this. This is a job. My life is important to me. I'm gone. So very real reaction. And he leaves, and you don't get to know what happens to him, but essentially I'm going to insinuate that he dies. Right, exactly. I want at least one of those. I at least want one of those people that are just like, yeah, I'm leaving, I'm gone. It's like, no. Then the second person, when you know, things start to get worse and things spoilers, things start to get worse and things start to pick up, then one of your other coworkers gets a call from their own house from their child saying that someone broke in. So they leave, even though they know that there's a possibility that their kid could have already been killed and this is a mimic, or the thing breaking in is a mimic. They don't know, but they know that they can't stay there. Like, their kid called, they can't stay there. So they leave and assume dead. Wait, what? Make it ambiguous if he lives or dies. Maybe add a line about him taking his family away for vacation. You never know if they leave or die. Basically, as soon as he leaves that place, you don't hear from him again. Were you the one wanting Soulframe? No. What is Soulframe? Is that a Warframe? Is that what that is? Okay. Anyway. So that's what happened to the second coworker. The third coworker. No, you're fine. You're fine. The third one is the one that it's still kind of up in the air how I want to go about this guy. Originally, he was the guy who broke down and then just becomes a miserable mess in the corner and just cries. But now I turned him into an ex-cop that was taken off the force because he did something he shouldn't have. I'm leaving that ambiguous. But it's gonna be insinuated that like he shot a person. So he was, instead of being fired, he was put to desk duty. But he's always wanted to go back out into the force and actually patrol. So at a certain point when things get really bad, he'll step up and be like, you know what, I could do more better work out there than I can in here. And you get one additional police car, but you lose a caller. So in every single time you lose a coworker, by the way, your workload as a 911 operator increases. So make it that a call comes from one of the coworkers' house, so the coworker rushes to his home and you just hear that his family isn't his family anymore. That would be such a good moment. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's essentially what the provider one is, where they get a call from their own kid. Yeah, like it's and you just don't know. You don't know if they got there and survived, or they got there and they died immediately. All you know is that you just hope that they got out. As far as the idea of you being the only one who survives, by the way, that is something that is not explicitly said in the game. That is very much me kind of like showing you behind the curtain of my mindset of it, where I think there's going to be a lot of ambiguity as far as who's living and who's dying, but for the most part, the feeling that I want to imbue is you are the last one alive. Is how much of that is actually true is kind of up for debate, but I want people to debate that, right? And then you have a ride or die. I think we decided that the ride or die is going to be your brother, if I remember correctly, because he's an elder brother and to the protagonist. Can you make it so that the monsters don't attack cats and dogs? I'm not going to explicitly have them attack cats and dogs, but I know they're going to have the ability to mimic them. So they'll at least make it sound like that there's cats and dogs that aren't there. But I'm not going to explicitly have them, like, you're not listening to them actively attack a cat or dog. I think I could see myself being like, oh, it's, hold on, I need to let my dog in, and then they open the door and then it's a mimic, right? So it could be ambiguous that the dog may be alive or dead, but I'm trying to think of, like, would I give the description of a police officer stating that they see the dead dog or cat? Not necessarily, but if I'm talking about the dead remains of the people who live there, it would also make sense that their pets would also follow a similar fate. I don't know. We haven't made all of the scripts yet. But I don't see a situation in which a dog would let their owners and family be attacked by a monstrosity and not attack them. And I don't see a situation in which they wouldn't then defend themselves. I know that these things specifically target humans. That much is true. They don't go after other animals. They're human-specific predators. Like, the idea of these monsters is that they've been here for as long as we've been here, if not longer, and they've adapted to hunt humans, and they are the reason why there is such a overlap, at least in the United States. If you haven't seen this, it's actually kind of creepy, where there is an overlap between missing persons in cave systems in the United States, and they're the reason. They're the reason for that. And for whatever reason, these things have now gone out of their caves and started going after small towns. So, yeah, I can honestly say, as far as in response to the cat and dogs, that it's a lot more on people than it would be on cats and dogs. Like, it would be a very rare occurrence or mention, if that. But I see them defending themselves against them. And I guess if they are defending themselves against them, I imagine most cats would be fine. I don't think cats would be a problem. I think dogs would be hard to work around logistically, because they would defend their home. They would freak out. Or if the mimic wants to sneak in, taking out the dog first is kind of the move. We could go down the route of almost like a Jurassic Park, where it's kind of like they have the dog barking and then they turn away and then they come back and they just see the chain like swinging, and that's it. Like, the dog's gone. They don't even see whatever took it. They're just, the dog's gone. So it's not like, it's like, oh my god, they're eating him! Like, there won't be those. At least I hope not. But I tell you what, I also don't like the idea of pets being attacked and or mutilated. I don't like that. I think it's violence for the sake of violence, and I don't enjoy that kind of horror. So if I do go into that area, I will do so tastefully, and I will do so in a way where I don't feel shitty doing it. You know what I mean? Oh gosh. All right, let's see here. Let's clear my tabs. All right, first things first. The redeemed opera gone. We have we have Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins we were talking about. Gone. We have you had to have been there. You had to have been there. We were talking about it before. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Royal the music that's currently playing, that stayed. I hey, first of all, how dare you? How dare you, sir? I'm not one of those. Fine, I'll fill you in. So we were talking about mustaches on firefighters. All right, we were talking about that, and then Foxy said that they have a type, and then I was like, oh, so you're like, so you would really like Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins, and then they've never watched Seven Deadly Sins. So I was like, oh, I don't think Escanor would be Ella's type. He seems too bulky. I feel like Ella would like Greed, whatever his name is, more than Escanor. I know she's a gooner, but I know she has a type. Oh, really? I assumed it was anything, what's his name from Resident Evil? The one that she keeps talking about. I assumed that was her type. If it moves, it's her type. Got you. So she's multifaceted, is what you're telling me. Leon, thank you. I thought it was Leon adjacent, but okay, she's multifaceted. Got it. All right, then yes. No, it was not Ella. It was Foxy, who's never seen Seven Deadly Sins, asking what I was talking about, so I put it on screen saying, this is Escanor. I guess this is your type because you talk about that they like big mustaches on firemen. Right? So, FYI, Escanor, yeah, no. So anyway, the more tabs. I am exiting one more tab. All the rest of these need to be, I can, 2 more tabs. The rest of these need to be up. The rest of these also need to be up. So you got me to close 2 windows and 4 tabs. That's what you managed to do. I have currently 3 windows open, and the first one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 on the first window. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the second window. And then we have the music going on, which is its own window, which is 1. So in total, I have 16 tabs on 3 windows, which isn't bad. FYI, when that redeem was made, I had 55 tabs open on 9 different windows, which is why it was created, so that I would stop doing that. Hey, you know what? There's different kinds of people in this world. I'm a tab opener. All right, I leave them open forever. In fact, let me tell you something. My poor RAM. I am considering upgrading my RAM to 64 gigs because I'm constantly hitting the thing. My current internet browser RAM consumption is 2.5 gigs. 2.5, 2.6 gigabytes of RAM is currently being used by my browser. 32? At least I think it's 32. It doesn't feel like it's 32, by the way. It really doesn't. But I'm like, it says that I'm using 50% of my memory currently, with my internet browser taking up 2.6 gigs, which makes me worried as far as like, well, what's the hell's the rest of it? Hold on. Yeah, it's 32 gigs. I'm currently using 17. Well, I do Opera. I don't use Chrome. I use Chrome only when it's to combine chats, because it doesn't work on Opera. Well, anyway, so I make a, oh, right. I was going to tell you how many tabs I had open on my phone. Luckily, they had a thing where it's like, oh, we just closed the tabs that you haven't used in forever, so then it's forever gone. Not forever gone, but it's there. I have, oh, they definitely closed it down. Okay. Yeah, tabs and tab groups you haven't used for 21 days are moved here and closed after 3 months. Got you. Okay, cool. That's good. Because right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 tabs on my phone, and then 35 are inactive. At one point, it was over 120. There's over 120 tabs on my phone. Y'all. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a tab fiend. I think what ends up happening is that I open a tab for a purpose, and then instead of closing the tab, I just turn my phone off, or I just move on to the next thing. I don't close the thing that I'm using, for the most part. So I just leave them open. I mean, there's a reason why I wanted to move forward with an i7. I got an i7 specifically because I knew I was going to have a lot of things open at once. Because I know myself. i5 would have done just fine for streaming. i7 is for a lot higher stuff. i7 doesn't exist? No, what? Oh, no more? It doesn't? What, did they replace it with something? Is it like i9 now? I feel like i9 is such overkill, though. They changed the names? Oh. What is it called now? They did have an i9? I know. And I thought it was really overkill. The only reason I'm considering the 64 gigabyte RAM stuff is because I'm hitting the top of that. Ultra 579. Lame. Well, luckily, as long as I don't have to worry about stuff, I shouldn't have to worry about anything for a while on my computer. Literally, RAM is the only bottleneck currently. Intel Core Ultra. Okay. Okay, bud. Okay, bud. All right. Anyway, back to this. The last guy, by the way, the last coworker is your brother in game. I think that's what we decided on at one point. And this guy, like, at the very end of the game, when you lose, everyone's dead and or gone. And wait till you see AMD's naming this game. Oh God, do I want to know? You actually hear them go to the bathroom, like excuse themselves and go to the bathroom saying they need to go. And then you hear them make a phone call, just calling the person that they love and tell them that they love them. And what you don't know is while he's in the bathroom, he gets ambushed and replaced. So the one that comes back is a mimic, not him. But you don't see him. Part of the reason why I have you coming back from the hospital is that you're in a wheelchair, so it gives you a reason that you can't get up and just leave. You're kind of like bound there. So it also creates a feeling of like helplessness and stuff that you want to recreate for a horror game. But yeah, so Ryzen AI. Oh yeah, that freaking nonsense. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. What do we got? What was the other things that we were doing? We were doing not any of these. Roadmap, phone calls, situation archive. This is what it was. Ordering a pizza. That was a fake one. That was honestly kind of funny too. We're coming up with potential situations that we need to plan the outcome of if the player doesn't do anything. So, and we need to come up enough of these that makes it so it doesn't feel repetitive, right? I wonder. Hold on. Let's see here. Get that out of here. Is there a number of instances that allows randomization without feeling repetitive? The problem is the more often it's not the same spot he just was. Oh, this is never repeat the same number. Yeah, that's fine. Can you add like Christian missionaries, but instead of Christianity worship dodos? Have you ever heard of the cult of the dodo? Resurrection is possible, gentlemen. That would be kind of funny. Let's make a separate one. Potentials. Missionaries for dodo cult. There's not the no repeats. I don't want it to be like no repeats without feeling repetitive. I don't want it to feel repetitive. Over multiple playthroughs. How to randomize instances without repeating previous. I'm trying to instant mod scenes so race randomly, but with randomized and Randy there, sometimes the instance is the same one of many times. Without repeating the previous one. Randy is better than Shuffle, so no need to do both. No need to duplicate array. Error code 11. Error on the fear of removing process. Remove last spawned front back of the list. Randomize by ignoring last spawn position on the list. Okay. Got you. I mean, that is something that we will need to learn how to do to properly randomize it, but I want to do like number of... I just want to know how what size. Listen to my personal podcast on my lunch break. Well, hello there, Melon. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day so far. Right now, I am currently looking up, trying to find out how much of something that I need for it to be randomized but not feel repetitive. So if I have like 30 things and I randomize it and people play it, and they come across like 15 of them on their playthrough, what is the likelihood of them going like playing it like 3 or 4 times and then they come across the same stuff over and over again? And I want to try to avoid that if possible. Yeah, don't worry. I apologize. It's probably a lot for a lunch break. I guess on a lighter note, I looked up. I had to explain why there was Escanor from the 7 Deadly Sins on my desktop, because someone redeemed me to close my tabs. I was not gooning. I was not. Foxy didn't know who Escanor was, so I showed them. Because we were talking about one of a flex for a firefighter is to have a big bushy mustache, and I said, and then we had a whole discussion about how actually I think the battle scars showing that they were actually in the fight and they survived is more of a positive trait than it is a flawless mustache, because otherwise it would be burned. And it was a whole discussion. Foxy, I have digital proof. I have digital proof that that's where it is. Bruh. Why didn't I clip myself? Why didn't I? And I'm like 5 months behind on the VODs. So like at this point, for me to be like, see, here's proof. You'll be like, bro, like let it go. It's been like a year. And then I just throw something against the wall. Doesn't mean you weren't gooning. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It was opened in stream. If it just happened to be there before I started stream, then, you know, I wouldn't be able to defend myself. Why is it still open? It's because I don't close my tabs. Alaria, we've discussed this. I closed 2 windows and 4 tabs just from you redeeming the thing, and that was pretty much just from today. The thing that I have open right now will probably still be open by the time the stream ends. And the smart money is it's gonna still be open by the time I turn on the computer tomorrow. because I don't close my tabs. I'm really good at opening loops. I'm very bad at closing them. That's a personal flaw. That's a character flaw. I'm working on it. And by working on it, I have a redeem that forces me to face it. No, I mean, there's no more to clear, Mela. There's no more to clear. Someone's already did it. Unless okay, I guess I'll clear my Excel tabs. Let's see. Oh, yeah, no, I actually have some of those. So I'll close my API workbook one, I'll close my schedule one, and then I'll close my my streamer hub one. Now I just have last call open. There you go. I closed 3 Excel sheets that I opened within the last 3 hours. Schedule one looked fun too. I will say that. All I'm saying is, if I found out that my child, I don't have a child, never closes a singular tab, you disown them. That's a little extreme. Look, we may take up a lot of RAM, but it's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth being able to come back to. I don't know if I may need this tab again. It's the same reason why I keep receipts. I might need it. It's why it's the same, like, just rat just keep everything behavior. Daily chores include closing tabs. Bold of you to assume that I have daily chores. Bold of you to assume that I have that kind of regularity. The only thing regular that I do on a daily is like hygiene, and that's about it. Oh, for unborn child. Got you. Got you. Daily chores is clearing tabs. See, I thought you would want to instill the instinct to close after you're done using it. If I get married and have kids. Well, yeah. Or win. Or whatever. It doesn't, like, no pressure or anything. Which is like a 9%. No, you don't want to? Like, if you don't want to, that's absolutely fine. Okay. Look, I'm not gonna push you into it. I'm not gonna push you into it. I have no stake in this fight. As long as it's coming from a positive place and just more or less of who you are. Are you guys getting married? No. We are talking about Alarian saying if they get married, and I said, well, it could also be a win, and then they clarified saying if. You've been burned too many times? Oh, see, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. You're not giving it another shot because you're using your past experiences to justify present and future deterrence, which is not a healthy mindset to have. See? I knew it. If it was just I don't want to get married and that was the end of the situation, no, nothing. Like, that's just you. See, I knew it was from a bad place. I knew it. I had the sneaking suspicion. The little mental brain worms were wriggling. I don't even know what that statement was. That was a wild statement. I apologize for that. No. I disagree, Alaria. Listen, there's a type for everybody, okay? All right? Don't sell yourself short. Really. 90% of it is just confidence. Bro is an illithid. No, you can't prove it. You would have to look at it and see, and that would kill me, and you don't want to kill me. So I'm just gonna have to take my word for it. I'm vibing. Well, I'm glad you're vibing, but like, again, vibing with a false statement isn't necessarily or a statement that has been reinforced in a negative way isn't a good thing. But not getting into a relationship or marrying. I mean, if that's what you want, yeah, but let it be a decision that you make from a positive place, not from a self-deprecating place, you know? Yeah, you're a chill guy. I agree with that. But don't close yourself off to opportunities because of past experiences. That's the only thing that I advise, at the very least. I'm not, I made these walls pristine. I will never leave them. Never. I will never leave these walls. Alright, well, you will learn in time, and I hope that you get to a positive enough place to grow beyond those walls. Until then, enjoy your little comfy nook that you have made for yourself, which is also fine. We are all on our own journeys. Strangers. That's really funny. But yeah, no, I mean, again, everyone has their own journey. I know I myself, I really have no room to talk. I haven't been in a relationship in... Oh shit, it's been a long time. I think technically I'm a wizard. Now that I think about it, I think I technically gained my wizarddom. If you know, you know. I'm not depressed. Like, the way that, like, there was a period of time where I just wasn't in a good mental place for a relationship. And then I felt like I wasn't in a good place as far as being able to provide, so I didn't move forward with things. Wait, you didn't do the thingy? What thingy? What thingy? What didn't I do? But yeah, no, don't you need to be extra? Oh, I mean, yes and no. Well, I mean, I guess to answer your question, no, I am not. I am not part of the olive oil club. But no. I think it was, if you hadn't in the last 10 years, then it's a if you hit the 10-year mark, you're a wizard. It's 30? When the hell did it get to 30? Y'all are moving the goalpost. It's 10. I may be a novice wizard, but I'm a wizard, dude. Y'all senior wizards. 30 and extra virgin olive oil. No, you just get a movie named after you. All right. Hold on, I'm taking this off of the stream though. Tell you that much. Wizard or not, ba. It's from Japan, where parents told the children if they stayed a virgin until they turned 30, they become a wizard. All right, that's going what you're doing. Then where did I hear the 10? But I want to know where I heard the 10 thing from. I thought it was if you haven't in the last 10 years, you get your wizarding license. Maybe. Don't worry about it. We're discussing back and forth the idea tying between being a wizard and virginity. It's literally nothing important. It is a difference in it is just a difference in information. Is that like a stream thing where you have to say it like that? Like, or you get flagged? Just being weird? Got you. A decade. Let's see here. Let's see. I want to know where I got my thing came from. I can't put it in harder. You could double do it, but it won't do any good for you. Yeah, it's 30 across the board. I don't know where I got 10 from, so I guess I'm not a wizard. Unfortunate. I thought it was a fun way to talk about that kind of stuff, but looks like there's no phrase for it. Yeah, nothing. Get wrecked, flightless bird. I mean, not really. It's kind of whatever. I don't feel bad about it at all. I thought it was just a fun way to talk about it. If anything, it's just like, oh, now I'm disappointed that I can't make a fun little thing out of it. And that's about it. Yeah, nothing. Zilcho. Okay, well, you have it. All yours, Sir Wizard. So you're gatekeeping. Is that why you're so adamant with it? You're trying to gatekeep it? Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. Technically, any bird can fly if you throw it hard enough. It depends on your definition of flight. This is wild to only kind of be listening. No problem, Melon. This is why I'm your favorite podcast to listen to during lunch. Because we are currently talking about problems and outcomes when it comes to like the game and the calls that come in and what to send out for emergency vehicles, and then we're getting sidetracked by talking about wizards and extra virgin olive oil. So if that's just not like my stream to a T, I don't know what is. I can't be a wizard. Oh, I'm sorry, Larian. Wish I was a wizard. You and me both literally on the side of like, we're both wizards, and then now to the other side of, we both wish we were wizards. I love that emote, by the way, Melon. It's so good. I love it. Hello, darkness, my old friend. But yeah, no. Hold on, let's see which gets flagged. Which got flagged on this one? I wish that. Do you want to guess which part of that statement got flagged by the auto mod, Foxy? I wonder. I'll give you a hint. It's near the end. Oh my gosh. Oh, funny. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't disagree, but I wonder what the world. That's something that you and I will now only know. Alarian and no one else will be able to know what you said. Just between you and me. No, you don't get to see it. Nope. I'm keeping that auto mod, though I may not disagree with most of the things it flags. That one's the one where I was like, it's getting there. It's getting there. You sus idealist, bro. Imagine. Evil idealist is just sus idealist, making innuendos like every 5 seconds. I did like one of the things I was tempted to put on the like wheel for the donation is turn idealist to evil idealist, and I was like, but what would evil idealist be that wouldn't like get me canceled on Twitch? Would have me go through a 3-day vacation, you know what I mean? I don't know. But sus idealist would definitely be under the category of evil idealist. Just super gets you famous. No, getting canceled in a unique way gets you famous. That's the difference. It has to be something that's like out there. Like, whoa, I only keep 1 or 2 tabs open and I close my tabs I don't use. First of all, don't put evil idealist with healthy mentality, with like healthy ways of going about things. That's so mean. Mwahaha, I'm evil idealist. I eat vegetables all the time. Ooh. It's like, bro, come on. What do you mean? Come on, man. Don't be like that. Oh gosh, that is really funny though. I really did get called out. It was funny though. It really was funny. Oh, so all right, back. I'm gonna try to steer this damn boat back on track. What other problems would people be calling 911 for? Right? Just like a list. Even if it could be even small. We can the ones that we actually send something to versus not. I have house on fire and domestic abuse in ordering pizza. That's literally it. It'll just be like always stick on topic and never go in details because sidetracked from bullshit. Oh no! Why is Evil Idealist is just like a better streamer? Karen calling the police? Ooh, okay. Karen complaining. Outcome. What would the outcome of a Karen complaining be? If a police doesn't show up, person dies. I'm just kidding. We'll just do dies question mark dies. That's funny. I don't think I'm gonna make him die, but forced to watch a bad anime. They make anime references for calls from now on, which is really funny to me. Ordering a pizza. What was it? Person goes hungry. Karen complaining. What would it be? She throws a tantrum like it commits a crime the police do get called for. Oh, problem. Let's do problem escalates. And then police get sent. So the problem becomes more if you don't send somebody, it gets worse. I kind of like that, Foxy. I kind of like it where it's like first you don't need to send anybody, but then after like the second or third call, you need to send someone or it's just going to get so much worse. Like there's Karen and then she starts to like group and it's like, oh, now there's like 5 of them and they're like, oh my gosh. And then there will be achievement to make it like so big the entire town has been like absorbed into this Karen conglomerate. That'd be kind of funny. So Karen complaining. I like it. I really like that. Let's do this while we're all right. I'm expecting my paycheck in the mail by 2 o'clock tomorrow. Y'all ain't getting paid. No, but what I will say is any and everyone that has been part of this journey is going to be part of the credits of the game. But any and all ideas that we come up here is owned by me. That is very much true. Speaking of, while we're thinking about more of these, let's do an ad break. So I'll see y'all in a little bit. Stretch. Oh. Anyway, what is this? Get all these out of there. Okay. What else? What else would be good? Why am I blanking on reasons? Let's just Google. Let's look. Okay. Reasons to call 911. Ooh, person not breathing. Right. Person Not breathing. Outcome dies. We need EMT. Oh, trapped into, yeah, that's firefighters. Okay. We also need, I'm trying to think of like the other like hospital, like break-in dies. We need P. We need police for that. Because the break-in was the big one. Break-in is the real big one. Break-in true, and then break-in false. So break-in true is like someone's breaking in. I know they're breaking in. At a fake Bigfoot spotting by a crazy old guy, but the thing he saw was one of the monsters. Oh, that's not bad. Monster sighting. Outcome. I like the idea that the outcome is nothing. Like, there could be not. Maybe it could be monster sighting true, false, and then false. Like, I like the idea of like true false stuff. Where it's like they were right, they weren't right. Where it's like you prank call. Yeah, fighting at a line for Pokemon cards. Best of luck to you, Ace. Best of luck. The scalpers are living quite comfortably at the moment. Not the biggest fan of that, but here we are. Break-in false. Nothing. Monster sighting. Police. True. Outcome. Let's do this. Preventable measures. New outcome. We need to do that. Because here's the thing. If the monster sightings don't do anything. If it's true, honestly, I think it's dies here. I think if they see a monster and they know they've been seen, they will kill the man. E stands for EMT. P for police for P, EMT for E, fireman for F. So instead of writing it all out, I just did a shorthand for all these. You know, but I also want to do a new outcome where if it's a true one, it will give hint of next attack, and give false hint of next attack. I mean, EMT in my mind is medic. Why? Why specifically M, if you don't mind me asking? Break in. So the new outcome survives, but hurt. Domestic abuse. Everyone lives. Force to watch bad anime. The new outcome is no cringe dialogue. Order a pizza. The new outcome, if you send anyone over, person is fed and happy. Karen complaining prevents escalation any further. Person not breathing survives. Break-in true. If we send someone and the break-in is real, excuse me, they survive. Break-in false. They survive. I think specifically it says. I think this is why I wanted the specific, is like give hint for next attack. If you send them. I like that a lot. Okay, let's see. What else? What else? Why else would you call 911? Here you go. Oh god, it's so bright. There we go. Better. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, motorcycle or motor vehicle incidents. You make one drunk guy get in a fight with one of your monsters and win? No, but I will make one drunk guy. Drunk call. If you don't send someone, I think what he will end up doing, because each one, I like the idea of a drunk call where, because we do have the stereotypical drunk guy in this town, because we also have an alcohol store, because of course we do. It's a small town. And I think if you don't send someone over, which I think would be police, he moves to next location. And so if you stop him, then he won't he will be put into a temp jail to sober up. Drunk driving? Well, here's the thing. The way that I'm painting this is the roads are closed. So the way I kind of have it is there's two ways in and out of this town. There's way over here and there's a way over here. I think the way it's going to be is like this way was like closed for construction or something, and then this way like an accident happens that prevents anyone from leaving, which is what's preventing a lot of people from just getting in their cars and going, right? So I don't think there's going to be a lot of drunk driving. There's going to be a lot of cars in the roads preventing people from going anywhere, I think. Honestly, I haven't thought about it all that hard as far as like the car situation, which I feel like something we should consider is like all these people have cars. Can you add Walter White to the town? No. Do we want a person who quote unquote cooks? Also no. If anything at all, it's not so we don't have to worry about legality. If anything, if there's any part of that, the reasons not to, it's legality. Now we could go down the route of it could sound like Walter White. That would be kind of funny. But as far as it being Walter White, the guy canon in this universe, funny as that is, Walter White and Jesse Pinkman, and they cook oh man. Okay, so drunk call. I think I can see it be a kind of going on that drunk driving thing where it's like motor vehicle crash, dies. This would definitely be E and F. If survive but hurt. If they do it. Okay. Let's see what else. Injuries requiring medical attention. Hazardous chemical spills. I don't think that. Smoke detector, carbon monoxide alarm, or other alarm sounding. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. Security door alert. And then we have a true. Well, actually, breaking in true, break in false did That would also be a security alarm. Can you make Shaq from the Pres of America? No. Again, very funny, very idiocracy. Break in true, survive, have alarms? Question mark? For the break-in? Okay. So the break-ins would be security alarm adjacent, I think. Smoke in the building. If you see someone hurting someone else. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Calling as they see someone hurting someone else. I like that one a lot. Just to find an entity feasting on a dead guy. It could be funny. Honestly, that's pretty good. That'd be really funny. You're right. Let's go to our, where is it? That interaction. Where are you? Where's our scripts? Here we go. Scripts. The robber. Robber breaks in to house as everything has gone to chaos, only to find a mimic already there and eating the dead, or already there and killed the residents, hid close by. Oh, here we go. Robin Banks? Who is Robin Banks? What is that reference? Because I know it's a reference. Was seen, hides and calls the cops on the situation at hand, even though he was there to rob them. I like that. I actually like that a lot. I like the idea. Oh, that is funny. We could be like, all right, what's your name? And it's like Robin Banks, which would be a fake name, but be funny. Let's put that in there. Okay. Robin Banks. I like it. I like the flip script where they're like, hey, I'm robbing this house, and then I'm the one. It's like, sir, why are you there? It's like, well, I was babysitting their dog. Yeah. Like, and then you kind of you dig into it. It was like, sir, they don't have dogs. Like, what are you talking about? And it's like, all right, look, I was breaking in, and this thing was already like attacking them. I don't know what to do. Please send someone. I'm gonna be next unless you send somebody. Like, I like that a lot. I like the unique stories that can unfold with these. All right, so scripts, that's the done. Let's do more. So someone hurting someone else. I think this one is going to be a 2-person. So one person dies, dies and new attack. Because I think what would happen is that the person, if we don't send anybody, one person will get sent. The one that's being attacked will die, and then they'll know that they've been seen by another person, so they'll become the next target. I'll consider it, Foxy. We'll definitely need police and emergency vehicle. No firemen. If we do send someone over, they will survive but are hurt. Yeah. Yeah. What else? What else would be good? Let's see, what else was on this list? Smoking building. If you see someone taking something that doesn't belong to someone else or breaking into a home, oh yeah, we could do breaking in nearby house. This is the one where like a nosy neighbor calls like, hey, someone broke into the house next to mine. Please send someone over there, right? So that would definitely be a P, not an E. This one is resident dies. I think this is another true false one. I think there could be a they were wrong. Nothing. Oh no, actually, nearby house, easier to attack is the other one. Definitely P across the board. Missing child, ooh, that's good. Missing person. Ooh, missing pet. I like that, I like that, I like that. Missing person, they die. Dies if they don't. They would need police for that. I don't think anyone else. Missing pet. Easier to attack. So if you don't investigate a missing pet, then they could use they could mimic it and then infect. So there is a certain kind of thing where, ooh, hold on, let's also write this down while I'm thinking about it as well. Security alarm but no call. That's also big. So there are situations in hypotheticals where someone just doesn't get to use a phone, right? So an example of this, during this whole process, there is a emergency broadcast channel that is giving information to people, right? It's why you want to make sure that that doesn't get taken over by the mimics, because the mimics, for however reason or however they are capable of, are able to manipulate the information if the broadcast area building gets taken over. Ooh, stalker, that's also good. I like that. But so for example, let's have the example of you know, things are really tense. There, you don't know what's going on. The emergency broadcast tells you not to let people in, but outside your door you hear a knock and you hear your neighbor that you're very close with saying that they're hurt and they need to be let in, right? Now what you think is like, oh, it says that we need to call the police whenever anyone acts suspicious and not to go outside, but I know my neighbor Frank or whoever, they need help, I'm gonna help them. So then I open the door, it's a mimic, I get killed. 911 was not dialed. There is no 911 call in that situation. So then, but that house is compromised, but we didn't get a call, right? So, but then later you get a call from this place and you're in your mind, you're like, oh, it didn't spread there. They didn't talk about a breaking and entering, so it must be human, not really considering it being a mimic, right? What about someone at a gas station calling about a thief, but it's not a thief and it's actually a mimic? Yeah, that's definitely a false. Let's do a false thief. Did we do break? That's break-in. Let's do thief, true, thief, true, thief, false. Do you die or the missing person dies? The missing person dies. Geese. The result of this and you not doing anything is that person's dead. The missing pet does give the inclination that the pet did die, but we are going to leave that ambiguous. Let's see here. Security alarm but no call. I like the ones where it's like you're not 100% sure, like you're not even able to ask questions. It's like, okay, security alarm but no call. Did someone just forget? Is it like, there's a bit of a true false here. I think all of these there's some level of true false, but we'll separate that out later. Why am I looking at the OBS to determine? I was like looking like, why does this seem so small? Is it like on a point system? If you rescue a missing person, you get +2 points, but if the police die, you get -5? No. So the way this works, W Unique, don't sugarcoat on show a pic of a cute dog and say name here dead. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I certainly don't plan on doing that even with humans. But there is going to be some level of manipulation from the mimic side of either you utilizing the pet in order to get in a foot in the door, or to trick them into getting into a very vulnerable position, or to attack them psychologically, etc. So there is a certain level of use of these pets where it's like suddenly you hear these dogs going absolutely crazy, and a lot of the dogs would definitely like defend their home. I barely knew him and already left him. No, not Scruffles. No. But to answer your question, so the way this works, it's not a point system, it's not any of that. If you get it wrong, the person in the house dies, and essentially that is now a mimic territory, right? This mimic has spread and killed someone in town. Your job is to try to save as much people as possible for as long as possible. That's the whole game. The whole game is try to keep these people alive with what you have. If you are wrong and it is a mimic and you send things not prepped for a mimic, the mimic will kill your guys. And you'll have less resources to send out to save to other people, and it like will domino and escalate very quickly. That one Batman meme where he's just banging the glass as Riddler sings Avamara. I actually don't think I know that one. That's funny. Security alarm, but no call. True. If so, mimic takes over. If it is true. If it's false, nothing. If the security alarm is a false alarm, nothing happens if you get it wrong. Like, it doesn't get taken over, it doesn't get nothing, but you don't know that. Riddler, Avimara, hold on, let's see. Riddler, Avimaria. Where is it? Hold on. We're gonna watch this together. Hopefully it's okay. Taking notes 100% your game absolutely. By all means. By all means. Alright. I don't even know. I don't think I even saw this one. What? Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Why was he doing that? Is it just to mess with him? Oh my gosh, that was kind of funny, not gonna lie. Oh my gosh. There was context to the scene, trust me. I believe it, but it was out of context. Honestly, that's hilarious. To answer your question, it was something that Geese mentioned. But apparently it was regarding the oh, I bet you it's like you're so upset about Scruffles dying that it's that one scene where you're Batman and you're like, no, Scruffles, no. Yeah, it was a scruff. We're talking about if pets should be seen as far as like dead or not, and like having that kind of emotional weight with that. I think I'd much rather it be like up in the air. Also, is the dodo wearing a duck costume? It is. It's a reference to rubber duck debugging, a game dev technique where you tell a bunch of rubber ducks the problem, and by talking about it to a rubber duck, you come up with a solution. Hey, you get it, geese. Hey, you got it. By all means, by all means. I mean, that's why I made the costume to be a rubber duck specifically to help me for coding. Scruffles the goat, technically the dog. What if we had like a pet goat? That would be kind of funny. Guess I'm familiar with rubber ducking. I've recently had a mental breakdown while trying to set up my Ubuntu server? What's a Ubuntu server? I'm probably butchering that name. I apologize. I am fairly new as far as the game dev world, so I say that even though I've been doing this for like close to 2 years now. But it's on and off. Infrequently 2 years. It's like, well, yeah. Anyways, people used to host local servers. Got you. Well, I wish you feel free to use Mama Dodo as a just talk at the screen at her to get to a solution. I'm sure she'll help you. What if we had a Florida man who tries to befriend a mimic but dies violently? That one we do already kind of have with the cult man who tries to get, like, he purposely sabotages houses. He like tries to worship them and wants to become a mimic and be part of them in their inner circle, and proceeds to die accordingly. Yeah, no, that's about right. We need to have at least one cult kind of situation. This is a horror game. You can't not have it. I was planning to use it for free music sharing and cloud storage, but the outdated hardware is fighting against me. No. Well, at the very least, your intentions were good. But I believe in you. I'm sure you can do it. Stalker died. If the Stalker, I think, is something where it's like, regardless, if you don't send it, they die. Right. Foxy's like, game dev is so boring. I like that you're fading in and out of consciousness by giving us like some ideas, and then you pass out, and then you wake up and give us more ideas. It's like you're like, hold on, let me look in the back, and then you pass out. Like sift through a bunch of file cabinets, like the SpongeBob episode. And you're like, no, yeah, perfect. And then you're like, wake up, and you're like, here's an idea. Let me go back. Oh gosh. There, thief if true. I'm gonna say easier to attack. Needs police. Thief if false. Nothing. Police. This kind of shatters my illusion of how game dev was fun. Hey, game dev is fun. This is a part where we're kind of coming up with different possibilities of how this thing's gonna go. I find that pretty fun. Actually, comp size shattered my illusion in general. Yeah, that's definitely true. I'm just out cold, and then I get a good idea and wake back up. It's really funny. It's like the light bulb that lights up in your head is like linked to your consciousness. If I wanted to use Excel spreadsheet, I would have continued on my engineering program. Well, I'm sorry to say, Geese, I use Excel religiously. I use it for everything. Just about. I want to say like a good 85% of things that I use is in Excel. So I'm just happy there's a dark mode now. Also, I'm broke and can't afford Excel. Oh yeah, that's right. You have to pay for it annually now. It's kind of blech. Just do Google Sheets or whatever. It's not as good, but it's something. I don't know of any other alternatives off the top of my head. It's kind of one of those things where I use it enough. It's $100 per year, I believe. I thought it was like 80. I think it's like $80 a year to use the whole thing. The only reason I still kept it is because one, I use Excel daily, and then the other is because if I don't, then I essentially lose access to all my resumes. So I'm like, well, I guess I kind of have to keep it going, because if I don't, how am I going to find a job? So it was more like that. It's a... Yeah. I will see if I redeem it. Oh gosh. If I do it again next time. Excel rebelled and took the resume hostage for real. It was Excel and Word. If there was like a cheaper version for just those two things, I know they wouldn't. I would take it in a heartbeat. It's literally just those two programs. The rest of them, I do not care. I do not care about the rest of the suite. I don't care how much they're like, hey, use our AI. Ho, 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 ho. Like, no, I'm good. I'm all set. Let's see. What would be? This is why I write all my resumes on VS Code. Do you really? That's kind of awesome. By the way, if so, if true, it's kind of based. No, but your friend does. That's based as hell, dude. You kidding me? I would love to see an example of that. Let's see how it even looks up. It takes all his notes on VS Code. For me, it's Notepad. I Notepad and Excel. That's what I do everything on there. I mean, just taking notes on a program you're familiar with is just kind of the way to go. For me, I'm most familiar with Excel, so I use it specifically. Yeah, but I code in the Nano, so I'm more based than... Well, I mean, you're here, so I already think you're more based than anyone else, so I'm just saying. Let's see, what else would be a good reason that someone calls 911? For information. Ooh, right, Rambling Grandma. How could I forget Rambling Grandma? Rambling Grandma was the first character that we came up with that she would call 911 just to like spill the tea, but it's a red herring because the information that she gives you is actually helpful later on in the game when it gets really, really hard, and the only way to determine if they're a mimic is knowing what's going on in those specific people's lives. False call by a toddler. Ooh, yeah, a child caller. That's pretty good. Rambling Grandma, nothing. But this is like additional info. So maybe we can include other additional info stuff. Child caller is very interesting because it's like, okay, cool. Do you hang up with them or do you listen long enough? Grandma better not die. It depends on how much you're willing to keep them from being taken over. Everyone dies in the end except you, the main character. Or at least ambiguously enough, everyone is assumed dead. Kind of deal. There's also Crazy Cat Lady, which I really did laugh when we thought about that one, because the Crazy Cat Lady has been feeding cats in her house, but she's blind, and her house was completely taken over by mimics, and she doesn't know because they all mimic cats. I think that's really funny. Just being like, hold on, I need to put away Snuffles before we go sleepy. And it's like a full-grown man. Like humanoid shape. Meow. Oh gosh, if everyone dies anyways, give me an option to just loot the town and dip in advance. There is a turtling ending where if you just don't help at all, there's like a special ending for that. It's like that one concept of D&D Ranger who just keeps mimics as pets. What? I haven't heard of that one. That's actually kind of cool. Maybe that actually Ranger's worth running. Me playing Ranger in Baldur's Gate 3 as everyone used my spiders for fireball practice. So upset. It was funny, but man, was it just like, okay, I guess. Alright. I liked that spider, but alright, cool. Thanks. Child caller. We'll do child caller true false again. True false. If it's true and there is an attack, they die. And if it's false, we need a little more than just child caller. I think it needs to be about something, because otherwise it'd just be police. I'm going with the idea that the child caller is like you do not understand them. Someone homebrewed a whole town made of mimics only, not a single normal object. Oh, right. I remember that now. Like a British, if there's voice act. I am planning on voice acting. Honestly, I'm going to add that. British. False. Nothing. Nothing. There you go. Boop, boop, boom. Done. Alright, anything else? I feel like we're missing big ones. Because we want to have enough different variables and different things. Because as far as right now, we have a very little E's and very little F's. But E's, by the way, police is P, EMTs are E, firemen's are F. So like how many, like we want to be able to spread at least a little bit more. I don't know, just imagining a young Harry Potter voice saying, "Please sir, something is looking for me." Yeah, definitely children. There's definitely like calls that are special, right? And maybe that's more or less what we need to look into, is like specific stories versus just random situations that are on shuffle. Or maybe we have a little mixture of one A, little B. We have a couple of random stuff. Mama said it was special. Your mama was right. Because we have ones where that are specific, and then we start getting into like script territory, right? So, but this is just situation archive. This is just like enough of something where we can say correct or not correct. And then so what is the result of indicating that? She then called me Ed, but it wasn't my name, which was weird. Interesting. Does your mom have Alzheimer's by chance? Or is that a call to something? Because I think when I think of Ed, I either think Ed and Eddie, or I think of Edward from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. So I'm like, well, I don't think you're referring to either of those. So, yeah. Well, hopefully, we get Special Ed Toto Man. That's me. That's the full name. Don't lay it out. Oh, hold on. You're right. I just got it. Listen, it's been a long stream. By long stream, I mean, 3.5 hours. That's excuse enough to be stupid. Yeah, Special Ed. Yeah, no, your joke was just too good for me. What can I say? For my current dodo brain that is sparking currently after a long day of game deving and socializing? Yeah, I would consider this socializing. Maybe not to the fullest extent, but enough. Don't give me too much props, I stole the joke. So, how do you think they got that joke? Very solemnly are jokes fully created out of nothing. Usually it's taken by like a bunch of different ones and combined in unique ways. That's what creating is, baby. But especially jokes, those are one of the ones that are more often than not more acceptable to steal. Like no one's asking, being like, "Did you come up with that joke?" Like no one's doing that. Granted, if everyone is doing it and it happens too much, then the joke becomes, you know, overplayed. I didn't hear that joke, so I thought it was pretty good. So it's new to me, and does that mean I will also be able to do it in the future? Probably. I don't know if I will though. I don't think situations I have to say a joke. Are you applying the principle of thermodynamics to jokes? A little. I do have a scientist background, so it's difficult not to apply core fundamental scientific values to things. But, you know, to each their own. But granted, mine is less physics and more biology. Created or destroyed. That is true. More or less just the creative process in general is very much about taking in and then spitting it back out in different ways. Just adding a little bit of you to it. And that's pretty much it. Like, for example, your response, special ed dodo man. I'm sure that wasn't part of it before. You added a little bit of flavor to the situation. It's also because I didn't get it off the rip. But that's just how it be sometimes. Oh gosh, I forgot the punctuation. It seems like an insult now. I didn't take it. I didn't take it as an insult. No worries. I thought it was a title for a second. I thought you were calling me Special Ed Dodo Man. And that's when I said, "That's my name, don't wear it out." But I didn't get the vibe that you're trying to be mean or anything. You're just shooting the shit. Which is fine. But how are you doing, Geese? On this fine day? I want King Charles to knight me with that title. Special Ed? Or Special Ed Dodo? You are special. There you go. That's like, well, I don't think I needed the knight. Or did you want to be Sir Special Ed? Because you're being knighted. Because that's an important distinction. At least to me. Sorry. Doing good, taking a break from web dev to sit down and actually write in pen and paper for the first time in a year. Oh, what are you writing down? Are you just kind of like brainstorming, or you just putting like thoughts onto paper? You fooled, I'm still writing code, just pen and paper. Yeah. Why is it that you are doing it on paper? Is it just easier because my wrist hurts when I type? Oh, got you. So I imagine that must be frustrating. Do you have like a ergonomic setup kind of deal? I know that was really big when I was working in the office, is making sure that you have like an ergonomic setup where, you know, your wrist is properly supported and your back is like properly supported, because long periods of time of doing that kind of stuff really puts a wear and tear on the body. I know I need one for mine. I do not have like a wrist, something to put my wrist down. and I can tell that like my wrist rests like on the edge of the desk, and I can tell that's problematic. I don't have ergonomy. I even forget I have a body when I write code sometimes. Well, I guess this is a good helpful push as far as getting you to a place where to focus on that a little more, you know? Because especially if it's to the level where your wrist is hurting due to the amount of time that you're on there, it's definitely worth doing. It's worth putting in a little extra money for, right? It's kind of in the same mentality of like anything that keeps yourself from the ground is worth investing more money into, aka like chairs, beds, sofas, things like that, because just the day in, day out toll on the body cannot be understated. Posture check. Hold on. Do I have a posture check? I have stretch. I don't have posture. Fine. We're stretching. Let's go. Oh, I redeemed my own channel point. Haha. Ugh. Nothing you could do about it. Besides just not stretch with me. I guess that's also fine. But I also have like a standing desk, by the way. And I've been meaning to go like transition every like hour or so. I've been really bad at that lately though, unfortunately. Because I know how bad sitting is for you. So, but also standing for 4 hours also like sucks and is not good for you. So I'm like, what do you want from me? It's like, what do you want from me? I have work I need to get done. Everything is bad for me apparently. What do you want from me? And my solution is just an alternating between standing and sitting, so I'm not doing too much of one over the other. Let's see here. I'll say this. It's not great. Hey, Dragon, how you doing? My solution just involves heavy amounts of caffeine. Yeah, I've been drinking caffeine more lately than I should be. But certainly not like the rest of y'all. Y'all are crazy about caffeine. And by y'all, I mean just people. Like, I don't drink coffee in the mornings. I don't drink any of that kind of stuff, usually. The thing that I have been doing lately is drinking some form of caffeination before stream, because especially on this, like, you can kind of tell the last 30 minutes of the stream, my energy dipped. Like, it really helps with that energy dip. So usually I would say I should drink caffeine about like halfway through stream ish. The lion attacks his heart before it can attack him. What? Is this a heart attack joke? I haven't heard that saying before. The lion attacks his heart before it can attack him. But why would the lion attack his... Oh, so basically do things bad for your heart before it gives out on you? Basically, it's what I'm understanding from that. It's like, before you stop, I'm gonna make sure you suffer. Interesting. That's a first. Well, you're full of first, Geese. I'll definitely give you that. You saying jokes I've never seen before. You saying sayings I've never seen before. I like it. Wonderful new experiences for me. So, and with that, we will, let's see here, dynamic spread, where are we? We are, resources. Right. This is the one where it's like the response and results were different, depending on that. Just like the 10-year-old PC I'm keeping alive on life support, I'm not going down yet. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's like me and my car. I think my car is, yeah, my car next year will be 20 years old. That car is going to be driven until it's gone. until it like stops functioning. I'm gonna drive it forever. But pretty much every one of my life is just like, hey, you should probably get a new one. And I'm like, in this economy? How many miles does it have? Well, I didn't get it when it was out. I've had it for like 12 years. I've had it for like 12 years. Oh yeah, it has over 100,000 miles on there. Unless you mean like just full on 999 across the board where it's like 999,000 miles. It's quite busy in rehearsal on the uni side. 3 rehearsals in a week. Damn, Dragon. Be sure to keep getting some rest, yeah? But yeah, no, it hasn't. Yeah, full 9. No, it doesn't even have like 200,000 miles on there, let alone 900,000. I don't drive it often. Still on the train back home. Well, still good. Well, at least you're able to like rest a bit, Dragon. But yeah, no, like I've driven it far and it lasts very well, but like I'm not like driving it every single day for like 40 miles or something like that. I used to, but then, you know, quit my job, so now it's like, I need to go get groceries every once in a while kind of deal. But and that's nice. And there was a time where I was literally like 5 minutes from my work. Oh, dude, so good. I was so spoiled with that. Ooh, cars. I don't know enough about them. I should think on it as I'm getting close to my driver's license. Yeah, you should think about what kind of car you want to drive and what year you want it. What I will say, it's expensive. It's really expensive right now to get a car. Because I remember advice given to me was like, you want to aim for like 5-ish years prior, which is why I think I got mine in like 2013. It was like 2006. And then you like it'll start depreciating, and then you'll be able to get a good deal. But then when I 1 year when I was doing an annual inspection, they came back with like essentially $2,000 of repairs, and I'm like, bro, this isn't even worth $2,000. And yeah, definitely automatic. Definitely recommend automatic if you're not used to it. But knowing how to drive manual is also a good skill to have, by the way. So I was looking for new cars because it was going to be so expensive, and no joke, even like up to the price didn't go down. It was like 5 years prior was still like $25,000 for a car that's like 5 or 6 years old, used, with like 100,000 miles or something on there. And I'm like, what? No. It didn't go down until like 10 years prior. And then you started to see it getting into like reasonable levels. And then I'm like, bro, what? I might as well just keep with what I'm having and try to make that work. I'm learning a manual, but for my safety with dyspraxia, I'm going automatic. Go for it. Yeah. I mean, I just recommend automatic in general for the most part. My practice car is a Ford Golf. Got you. Mine was a Dodge Caravan. That was my first car. It was fine. It did really well in the snow. But my current car, not so much. Everyone insists on learning manual at first round. See, I was not taught manual. I wasn't. I kinda understand overall because I've done like driving games or had games that include manual shifting. But like in real life, no. I haven't. I don't know. Like when it comes to cars, I'm also just not a car guy. I didn't have that kind of form of you know, not hyper focus, hyper specialization. What's the word? Whatever. One of those. Y'all know what I'm talking about, probably. Yeah, I'm just not a car guy. Whatever gets me from point A to hyperfixation. Thank you. I have an issue where my brain is like a fill in the blank game. So it'll just drop words, and then I have to like scramble around and find a word that fits. And that happens like all the time. You can't learn a manual if you learn electric. That might be why. Maybe. Or automatic, yeah. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, no, it's pretty much anything that gets me point A to point B. As long as like it's a dependable car that doesn't give me a headache, that's really it. The idea where it's just like, or it's like a more of like a statement of one's situation as far as financial or otherwise, it's never really something that's on my radar. It's not really something that I really care about or put much investment into. It's just kind of like, I have enough things that I want to focus my attention on. This is not one of them. Let's see. You haven't really missed a whole lot. We decided to move forward with doing resources. Like the original plan for today was finishing up the infection spread. The decision I made was that it's good enough right now to be functioning. We shouldn't worry about trying to get it to a level where we want it to, and just continue the rest of the game development to get a solid where all the systems interact really well, and then go back and then add things if we find it necessary. And so we started working on the resources, and then after resources being the emergency personnel, right, that you send out. But in the process of doing that, I came to the realization that we need to know the proper results of certain situations in order for you to know when, how, like which of the resources to send out, right? So which ones to send out, which ones not to send out, what it does it look like as far as what does a failure look like, what does a success look like. So we then started going into what I was calling situation archive, where it's just an archive of just very general situations that it will tell you which ones to send. So we actually have an answer to the problem, right? So that's what we were working on for the most part. And then we also added, I think we added one thing. Yeah, we did add one thing to the script as like a good idea. And that is a robber that breaks into a house that is currently being attacked by a mimic. And then the robber calls the police. And then you're just like, hey, yeah. And then they're just obviously lying about why they're in the house. Like they're trying not to get caught that they were in there to steal everything. But you have the unique situation where the person doing something illegal is calling the police because something even more messed up is happening and needs help. And I think that's a fun little interaction to do. Yes, we also made sure a dog named Scruffy died. I can read. I can tell I'm tired. Yeah, that we were talking about. We were also going back and forth as far as showing versus not showing pets dying. And I decided it was more of like an ambiguous thing. They're not going to be immune to anything because it would be. I can see cats not being messed with, but dogs would defend their home, and also mimics, if they wanted to sneak in, would have to worry about dogs. So it would be very difficult for me to play with it in the sense that, like, would dogs be okay with these things coming in? Would they not be okay? Would they be able to not do any damage so it doesn't even matter? Like yeah, it was an interesting conversation, but I think in general is the pets are ambiguously alive. It's like Schrodinger's pet. They are both alive and dead. You do not know the fates of these animals, only that the mimic can mimic them. And I also thought of a really interesting like scene where they're calling and they see their dog barking. Oh, that should be added. Pets barking / alert is definitely one that's going to be on there. and they're like talking, and they see the dog barking in the back that are chained to the backyard, and then they turn away while on the phone, and then they return back, and then the dog is, or the pet is gone. They're just gone, and then the chain is just like hanging there, and then it's just like, where did my dog go? And then that's been one where it's like missing pet as well. So you know, playing into that a little bit more. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you all for joining me here today. Let's see if there's anyone for us to like jump into, like to raid real quick. Let us see, because it is time. It is time. Yeah, no one is online. 0 people are online. Well, that's good to know. But thanks for joining me, and thanks for stopping by, Geese. It was wonderful having you. I hope best of luck with your web dev, and I hope your wrist feel better. Try to do some kind of ergonomic stuff so that you won't have to worry about it in the future. And I'll see y'all next week on, well, I'll see you this weekend for some games and Someday Chill Day, and then next Tuesday we'll continue working on the game. So I hope you all, yeah, you do the same. Hope you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I will talk to y'all later. Have a good one. See ya. Bye-bye.